This is the unabridged recording of Back to the Beach, Hunt Family Book 4 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. My phone rang for what seemed like forever before I could find it at the bottom of my purse. The ringer was turned up, and the purse wasn't all that big, so I should have had no trouble, but somehow it was almost impossible to locate my phone. I had been walking on the sidewalk, headed from my apartment to the salon where I worked. It was roughly a half a mile from door to door, and I didn't always walk, but it was a beautiful day, and I wanted to get some fresh air. I had planned on ignoring my phone while I was walking, but the caller was persistent, so I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk to see who it was. Depending on the caller, I would either pick it up and talk or silence my ringer. Either way, my phone needed to be quiet. I could see as I looked down at the screen that I missed 3 calls from my cousin Charlotte, who lived in California. I stood there and stared at the phone for a few seconds, half expecting her to call again while I was holding it. Instead, a notification flashed across the screen saying she had left me a voicemail. Without even listening to it, I pressed the button to call her back. I put the phone to my ear as I began walking again. Charlotte picked up after 1 ring. "Did you get my message?" she asked as her greeting. "No, I called you right back without listening. What's up? Is everything okay?" "It's fine. What are you doing?" "I'm walking back to work." "From what?" she asked. "I went home to eat lunch, and now I'm headed back." I stepped to the side to let a guy walk by with his dog. "Why'd you call 3 times?" It was especially odd since texting was the way I communicated with just about everyone in my family, even my parents and Grandma. My mom called me every once in a while, but she was really the only one. "I wanted you to know Nico is coming with us next week," Charlotte said on the other end. "What?" I asked, as if I hadn't heard what she said. Truth was, I had heard her loud and clear, but I didn't know how to respond right away. "Logan asked Nico to come. I thought you'd want to know." "Oh," I said casually. "Thanks for letting me know, but I don't really care about that." For some reason, I found myself feeling a little short of breath as I finished that sentence, so I slowed my pace. "Okay," she said. "I just wanted to let you know as soon as I found out. I knew it had been a while since you saw him. I don't think he's been to Myrtle Beach the last few years." "Yeah, but he came with us on the Africa trip last year," I said as I skirted past an older couple who were strolling along the sidewalk. We exchanged smiles as I went around them. "Oh, I forgot about that," she said. "You were a little distracted," I said, since she was a little preoccupied with meeting her Prince Charming at the time. "For some reason, I thought it had been a few years since you saw him, and I remember how you used to—" I cut her off. "I saw him last year in Africa, but it doesn't really matter anyway. I haven't thought of him like that in a long time." "So you're saying you wouldn't have cared whether or not I warned you he was coming with us?" she asked. "I didn't say that. I'm glad you told me and everything. But now that you have, I can honestly say it doesn't really matter." Why did I feel the need to use the word honestly when something wasn't quite true? I was a terrible liar, and I was sure Charlotte could see right through me. "Don't act like you don't care," she said with a smile in her voice. "I don't care," I said, trying to talk myself into it. "Nothing really even happened between us, and what did happen was a long time ago." "Fair enough," she said. "I just wanted to let you know in case you changed your mind about caring." Then she added, "I'm excited about seeing you soon." "Me too," I said. "I can't wait." I was about to say the appropriate things to end the conversation, but I changed my mind, opting to mention another guy in an effort to reiterate that I didn't care about Nico. "I talked to Travis," I said. Travis Gwynn was a rich, eligible bachelor who lived in Myrtle Beach, not far from our family's beach house. He and I met a couple of years before and had been in touch a little bit since then. We got along, and had actually exchanged a few cheek kisses and other flirty things like that, but neither of us felt compelled to start a real relationship. Maybe it was unnecessary information, but I was telling Charlotte the truth by saying I had spoken to Travis. Knowing that our family always came to the beach house in June, He got in touch with me to make sure I knew we were invited to come by his house while we were there. He didn't say he was having an official party, but he did say he was planning on having a few people over. I told him it sounded fun and that he could count on me, and most likely a few of my cousins, to be there. This information really wouldn't matter to Charlotte. I hadn't even planned on mentioning it to her. I only brought it up to drive home the fact that I didn't care about Nico. "You did?" she asked, sounding sweetly interested. "What did he say?" "He said we were invited to his place next weekend." "Is he having a party?" "I don't think so," I said. "At least not like the one he had that other time. He just said he was having a few people over if we wanted to stop by." "That'll be fun," Charlotte said. "Cub's not going to know what to think about his house." I laughed at the thought. Charlotte's new husband had spent most of his life in Kenya. He had been in the States for less than a year and was still getting used to all of our creature comforts. My cousin, Charlotte's brother, Logan, was an A-list movie star, so Cub had been exposed to a taste of the good life since he moved to California. Travis, however, was one of those rich people who liked everyone to know how rich he was. He was into technology and always had the latest, greatest everything. I could just imagine Cub's face when he saw all of Travis's gadgets and gizmos. I was still smiling at the thought as I looked up and saw the sign for Special Blend Salon and Spa. "I'm at work," I said, opening the door. "I'll talk to you later," she said. "Tell Paige I said hi, and I'll see you in like 2 days." "I know," I said, smiling as I stepped into the reception area. "Love you." "Love you too," she said. I didn't even have time to drop my phone back into my purse before Paige said, "She sent me another picture." I made eye contact with her as I headed to the reception counter, and she cringed when she saw I was holding my phone as if she was sorry for speaking to me without noticing. "I'm off the phone," I said, dropping it into my bag. The wind had been blowing outside, and I took a second to run a hand through my long, dark hair as I crossed to the counter where Paige was standing. I knew exactly who she was talking about when she said someone sent another picture. We had a bridezilla on our hands. We worked with a lot of brides, and I didn't use the term lightly, but this girl was especially feisty. Let me back up a little. I graduated college with a degree in marketing and a minor in graphic design. I started out at the family stonemasonry business, but 8 months ago, I formed a partnership with my brother's wife and helped her open a salon. I did a ton of research on marketing salon services, and so far the business was a success. I still worked for the family stonemasonry business part-time, but the salon was my main focus. Paige and her small team of stylists were an easy sell once I got the customers to come through the door. Paige hadn't been in the industry all that long, and she had stopped for a few weeks to have a baby after we opened, but she was a natural at updos and was already making a name for herself. She was known for loose but intricate hairstyles that all the brides and prom-goers wanted. She did the hairstyles everyone pinned on Pinterest and posted on Instagram. In fact, she already had quite a following on social media for time-elapsed videos of her hairstyling techniques. She did cuts and color as well, but her specialty was updos. Right now, it was wedding season, so it seemed like there was always some bridal party or another in the salon, either getting styled or having a consultation. If they had a lot of money and were willing to pay it, Paige would go to the wedding and style hair on site, but most of the time she worked from the salon. The woman she was talking about when I walked in had already changed her mind about her hair at least 8 times. Paige's statement about her sending another picture didn't take me by surprise. "The wedding's tomorrow," I said. Paige rolled her eyes and shook her head. "What's it look like?" I asked. "It's back to the one she wanted, like the second or third time she changed her mind. The one with the twists and flowers." "I thought she said that one wouldn't go with her veil." Paige let out a sigh. "I don't even remember what she said. It's not even one of the ones we did a test run on, but she's adamant about it." I laughed. "I'm sure she is," I said, since that girl was adamant about everything. "It'll all be over after tomorrow," I added. "And then we have a week to do nothing but bury our toes in the sand." "I can't wait," Paige said. "I'm so glad the Myrtle Beach trip falls right in the middle of wedding season. The timing's perfect." Dee Dee knows what she's doing, making us drop everything to go there every year, I said. We all feel better after doing nothing but chilling with each other for a week. No kidding, she said, staring past me as if remembering past trips with fondness. How many will this be for you? I asked. It'll be my third. But it'll be Isabel's first, I said, smiling as I thought about my new little niece. Paige and my brother found out during the last trip that they were expecting, so Isabel was roughly 3 months old now. It'll be Izzy's first, she said, grinning. First, we have to get through tomorrow, I said. She smiled and let her shoulders slump. First, we have to get through tomorrow, she agreed. It was going to be an epic Saturday morning here, with 2 separate bridal parties taking the place over, followed by a trip to a church where we'd deal with the bridezilla to cap off the evening. I was a big part of things around there in spite of the fact that I wasn't a stylist. When it came to weddings, an assistant was an essential part of the process, so I stepped in where needed. My job didn't stop with marketing and retail, and I was forever holding and tucking and refilling and pinning and spraying and sweeping for Paige and the other stylists. I would very much be a part of the shop's hectic day tomorrow, but it would ultimately be fun, regardless of the difficult bride, and we both knew it. We had a receptionist named Amanda who was apparently on her lunch break. I figured Paige was covering the desk until I got back, so I sat in Amanda's chair and looked up at Paige, who was leaning on the desktop. Mrs. Nixon's running late again, she said. Next time, we just need to tell her 15 minutes earlier than we schedule her. I glanced at the computer screen to find that Paige's next appointment was already 10 minutes late. She better not show up late carrying a Starbucks, I said. She better bring me one if she does, Paige said. Is it going to put you behind? I asked, glancing at the screen again to look at her schedule for the rest of the afternoon. She's my last one for the day, she said, just as I registered the same thing. That's good, I said. I'll probably leave when you do. I still haven't really packed for the trip. I know, she said. It'll be here before we know it. Especially for me, I said. I'm heading down Sunday with Mom and Dad. Cody and I were planning on waiting till Monday morning, but we might head over there Sunday afternoon, she said. I can't wait. When's the California gang getting there? I think Monday afternoon. I just talked to Charlotte, and I can't even remember what she said. Maybe she didn't tell me. She just said Nico's coming with them. That last sentence just popped out of my mouth before I could think better of it. Paige glanced at me with a quizzical expression that made me feel like I needed to explain. Not that it matters or anything. She just brought it up. I told her about Travis saying we should come over, and she told me that Logan was bringing one of his friends. Paige gave me a somewhat confused look, like she was on the verge of making me re-explain what I had just said, but instead she just shrugged and smiled, which was sort of what I hoped she'd do. Chapter 2. Before I move on, I feel like I should pause for a second and give a brief history of Nico Torres and whatever non-existent, unimportant history I have with him. Nico's father, Pepe Torres, is a self-made millionaire from Spain who made his money in real estate and retail. He came to the U.S. when he was 33 with the intention of finding an American bride. Pepe approached the idea of procreation in a scientific way. He wanted his children to be born with certain attributes, and he searched for a spouse accordingly. He wanted brains and beauty. And when you are a handsome multimillionaire, you have quite a selection of willing women from which to choose. He married the youngest daughter of a prominent California lawyer and politician. Her name was Annie Robertson, and she was exactly who Pepe was looking for. Bright green eyes and natural blonde hair to mix with his dark Spanish features. Annie graduated at the top of her class from UCLA and married Pepe a month later. He was 11 years her elder. Nico, their first and only son, was born a year after they got married. The couple would later give birth to 2 beautiful daughters, but Nico was always the golden child. From an early age, he succeeded in everything he set his mind to. He was smart, with the face of an angel. He had inherited his father's dark hair and skin tone, and his mother's bright green eyes were framed in his dad's long, dark eyelashes. He was strikingly handsome, even as a child. That's how he first met my cousin Logan. They were on a commercial together when they were little kids. The only difference was that Nico hadn't auditioned for the part. He was so cute that the director approached his family in a grocery store. That was probably about 20 years ago, but he and Logan had been close friends ever since. You might assume that since Logan was a big-shot movie star, Nico would be his sidekick, just part of the entourage that all famous people were supposed to have. But Nico wasn't a sidekick at all. Logan was a smart guy. Smart enough to know that if he wanted to truly succeed, he needed to surround himself with people who would push him to become a better person. Nico was good at everything he tried. He was a bit of a science experiment, engineered to be that way, after all. He and Logan competed at everything except for women and their jobs, and constantly pushed each other to be better. Nico had done a few modeling jobs over the years, but that was when he was specifically contacted and the pieces fell into place. It wasn't something he saw at work doing. While Logan pursued show business, Nico was busy learning the ropes of real estate from his dad. His face and ambition worked to his advantage, and Nico was now a millionaire in his own right. He was built for real estate. People lined up around the block to buy property from him. Charlotte told me a while back that TLC had been in touch with him with a proposal for a show, which would follow him at work. I wasn't sure what, if anything, came of that, but what I'm trying to say is that he was smart, rich, handsome, and charming enough to be approached about his own TV show. Nico Torres was by no means anyone's sidekick. If anyone was a sidekick in the relationship, it was Logan. I'm not just saying that because I had a huge crush on him when we were kids. I'm saying it because it's a fact. Nico Torres excels at everything he does, and he looks good doing it, period. It was for this reason that Charlotte felt the need to warn me that he would be coming to the beach house this year. She knew I had a soft spot for Nico. I had since the first time he kissed me when we were kids. I was 10 and he was 12, and I thought for sure he was the boy I was destined to marry. I don't know how many times as a kid I thought of myself as Mia Torres. I practiced saying it with an accent and everything. I thought about other times Nico had kissed me over the years, how every time he did it, I felt like I was the only girl in the world. It was common knowledge that Nico didn't want to be tied down, but he had a way of making a girl feel like she at least stood a chance. Just in case I haven't made it clear, let me go ahead at this point and say that Nico Torres is a player. He is the definition of a player. Women trip over themselves to get close to him, knowing all the while that they'll never truly have all of him. Unfortunately, I was one of those women. Nico and I had never shared anything more than a brief kiss, but there was some tiny traitorous piece of my heart that wanted to find its way to him, even after all these years. I wondered how many women felt the same way. I could only imagine the slews of ladies out in LA who had their little hearts set on being the one to change him, tame him, domesticate him. A wave of nausea hit me at the thought of all those imaginary women. That feeling of jealousy made me tempted to reach out to Travis, just to make sure I had a distraction at the beach house. I knew better than to get involved with Nico. He was heartbreak waiting to happen. Last year, when we went to Africa for Logan and Rachel's wedding, I agreed to sleep at Cub's house so that I wouldn't be stuck in the same place with him. It worked. We stayed busy with projects during the day, and I went with my cousins to spend the evenings off-site. I barely said 2 words to him the whole time. It would be harder to avoid him during this upcoming trip, but I was confident I could manage. In spite of my insistence otherwise, I was glad Charlotte had called to let me know he was coming, so I could wrap my head around ways to avoid him. That crazy, busy, wedding-filled Saturday came and went, and before I knew it, I was in my parents' car on the way to Dee Dee's beach house. It took us almost 4 hours to get to Myrtle Beach from Charlotte, and I slept in the back of my mom's Subaru station wagon for a good portion of it, right up until my dad stopped at a gas station to use the restroom. He was already out of the car by the time I woke up enough to care about glancing at a clock. "You got a good nap," my mom said, glancing back at me as my head flopped back onto the pillow that rested on the window. "You needed that," she continued, seeing that I remained heavy-eyed. "Yesterday was crazy. I said sleepily. I went 6 hours without sitting down at all, and that was just for a ride in the car for a few minutes before starting round 2. How'd it go? My mom asked. It went well. It was a fun day in spite of the chaos. Bridezilla was on her best behavior. She even shed some tears when she saw the back of her hair in the mirror for the first time. I remember you telling me about that girl, Mom said. I don't guess I realized her wedding was yesterday. She was looking at me, so I nodded. It's going to be a full house this year, Mom continued, even though I wasn't giving any indication that I was ready to chat. Andy and Willow will be there with their little ones, and Cody and Paige will have Ryan and Isabel. I think they'll stay on the 2nd floor this year. I was talking to Dee Dee about putting all the babies together on 1 floor. I haven't sat down and figured it all out, but you may be stuck on a couch this year. Dee Dee's beach house had 6 bedrooms. In the past, I always shared one with Charlotte, but her new husband, Cub, would no doubt be taking my place. Dee Dee was the matriarch of the family. Our Gramps died a while back, and she had been single since then. She lived in Charlotte like the rest of us, but she kept her oceanfront property in Myrtle Beach. The family trip in June was a mandatory thing in Dee Dee's book. She had 2 sons and a daughter, and between all of the grandkids, and now great-grandkids, we were just about outgrowing the house. I wouldn't say it was bursting at the seams, but all of the beds and most of the couches would be occupied during this trip. There might even be an air mattress or 2 in the mix. My dad, Dan Hunt, was Dee Dee's middle son. He and my mom, Christy, had 3 kids, my 2 older brothers and me, Cody, Evan, and Mia, in that order. Cody has 2 girls, Ryan, who was about to turn 5, and Isabel, who was only a few months old. My dad's older brother, David, married a lady named Kathy. They had 1 son named Andy, who married a girl named Willow. Andy and Willow now have 2 small rugrats like my brother. The last Hunt sibling is my Aunt Denise. She's married to a guy named Rob Ritchie, so her last name hasn't been Hunt for a long time. They had 2 kids, Logan and Charlotte, and their family had lived in Los Angeles for as long as I could remember. The California crew were the ones bringing the Spanish prince with them on this trip. Don't worry, there won't be a quiz to remember everyone's name. I know it's a lot to take in. I only went through roll call to say that even though we were headed to a beautiful 3-story beach house, we would likely be crammed into there like sardines for the next week since there were so dang many of us now. I'm fine with a couch, I said. I figured Charlotte and Cub would take the blue bedroom and I'll grab one of the couches upstairs. Denise said Logan's bringing that friend of his, she said. My mom and I were close. She knew I had a little thing for Nico once upon a time. He is, I said. Charlotte told me about that. Are you okay with it? She asked. I shrugged as if I couldn't care less. Of course I'm okay with it. He was on the Africa trip last year. There's nothing between us. She peered at me from the front seat, and I shook my head casually. I did a pretty convincing job of acting like I honestly didn't care. What time do we have to pick Evan up from the airport? I asked, changing the subject as my dad got back into the car. His flight arrives tomorrow afternoon, Mom said. Dad looked at her after getting settled in the driver's seat. Is it 2 o'clock? He asked. I have his itinerary in my email, my mom said, fishing around for her iPad. It's fine, I said. I don't need to know exactly what time. I'm pretty sure it's 2, my dad said as he started the car and backed away from the gas station. I'm sure Dad's right, I said to my mom, who was continuing to dig for her device. Here it is, she said, staring down into her lap. He's flying from Bangkok to Amsterdam to Atlanta to Myrtle Beach. This whole trip is 30-something hours. You know he doesn't sleep well on planes. He's going to be exhausted. He'll push through and build a bunch of sandcastles with the kids till he gets a nice big headache and has to pass out on one of the couches for an afternoon, I said. Mom and Dad both laughed, knowing I was right. Mom said Logan was bringing that friend of his with him, my dad said out of nowhere. I know, I said, feeling like a defensive teenager. Mom told me, and Charlotte told me too. It doesn't mean anything to me. The 3 of us were quiet for several long seconds before my dad finally said,
I was just saying that because there's going to be a lot of us this year.
I'm fine with sleeping wherever, I said, feeling a little silly for overreacting. I'm sure the boys will want to sleep in the hammocks anyway. I almost said more about Nico and the fact that I didn't care that he was coming, but I couldn't figure out how to mention it without seeming like it meant more to me than it actually did. I decided to be quiet and wait for them to bring up something else. My parents and I talked on and off about non-Nico-related things for the next 30 minutes until we arrived at the beach house. Chapter 3. Dee Dee was the only one at the house when we got there, but Cody, Paige, and their kids showed up right after us, and just like that, the once empty house was full of life. I went ahead and claimed one of the couches on the 3rd floor. There was one bedroom up there, but most of the space was occupied by a sprawling family room with couches and chairs spread throughout. Some of the couches faced a big screen television that was mounted on one wall, and others faced the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the ocean. I stood facing the windows, taking in the scenery for a minute before setting my bags near the couch I'd be calling home for the next week. I knew exactly which couch I wanted to claim the minute my mom said there wouldn't be enough beds. It was set back in its own little nook. I loved it, and I had already called dibs on it in my mind before we arrived. Dee Dee had an ample storage area on the same wall as the TV, and I brought my hanging clothes to the closet, straightening each piece before I went to unpack the rest of my things. Cody, Paige, and Dee Dee were sitting at the kitchen island when I finished unpacking and went back downstairs. "Where's Izzy?" I asked, noticing that no one was holding an infant. Paige motioned to the far side of the living room. "Sleeping. We put her pack and play in Dee Dee's bedroom." "Where's Ryan?" I asked.
Mom took her to the beach,
Cody said. "I should have guessed," I said, knowing my niece had been chomping at the bit for months to build a sandcastle. "I'm surprised you're not out there," I said to my brother.
I'm headed down in just a minute,
he said. "I asked them to hang back for a few minutes so we could visit," Dee Dee said. "I see Paige for our breakfast date and when she does my hair, but it seems like the only time I get to talk to Cody is at Christmas and Easter." She paused and gave Cody a smile and a wink before looking at me. "I'm glad you came downstairs so you could join us," she said, reaching out to touch my hand. "Can I pour you a cup of coffee?" I nodded as I took a seat on one of the nearby bar stools. "Thank you." "Paige was telling me she couldn't live without you at the salon," Dee Dee said, glancing at me as she poured coffee into a mug. I smiled. "That's sweet, but I'm sure they'd do fine without me."
They really wouldn't,
Cody said. He and Evan had both always been protective brothers. They might torture and tickle me, but they always took up for me ever since we were kids.
Seriously,
Cody continued.
Paige and I probably don't tell her enough, but she's the backbone of that place. It wouldn't be what it is if it wasn't for her.
For some reason, his kind words made my eyes sting. I glanced at my brother, and he gave me a sincere smile that made my stinging eye problem even worse. "He's right," Paige said. "I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if I would have tried to open that business on my own." Cody laughed as if the thought amused him. "Well, I sure am proud of all my grandbabies," Dee Dee said. "It's unheard of for a business to do well right off the bat like that. Most of them don't even break even for the first 2 years. It took forever for Gramps to get his first quarry going." "It's Mia," Paige said. "Well, it's God, but he gave us Mia," she corrected, making us all laugh a little. "She's always got some new promotional thing going on. I'm sure I'm not even aware of about half the stuff she does around there." "Aw, shucks, y'all," I said, smiling shyly. "I'm so proud of all my babies," Dee Dee repeated, handing me a mug with a huge smile on her face. "Thanks, Dee Dee," I said, for both the coffee and the compliment. I drank half of my coffee before heading out to the beach with Cody. Paige and Dee Dee stayed behind to listen for Isabel, saying they'd meet us down there once she woke up and had the chance to eat. Cody's daughter, Ryan, ran up to us the second we walked onto the beach. "I have some super bad news," she informed us with a serious expression on her face. She was shaking her head gravely.
What? Cody asked, seeming unconcerned since he knew it was nothing serious.
This is not a good sandcastle, she said. Mima does not know how to do it.
I think we need some help over here, my mom called from the area where they were set up.
See? Ryan said, still so serious, like this sandcastle business was really on her heart. It's not a good one at all.
Why don't we start over? Cody asked.
Yeah! Ryan yelled. It was as if the thought had never crossed her mind. Mima, let's just knock this one over, she said excitedly. We spent the next 3 hours building a gigantic, professional-looking sandcastle. It was almost big enough for my niece to go into it like an actual princess. Okay, so it wasn't quite that big, but Cody knew what he was doing when it came to sandcastles, and we built a showstopper or two every year. Our stretch of the beach was fairly private, but neighbors would walk by every now and then, and they all loved looking at our creations. That evening, we were all exhausted from the construction efforts, so we decided to get takeout and call it a night. We ordered Mexican, and Dad and Cody went to pick it up. We turned in early in anticipation for the chaos that would ensue the following day. That chaos began at 9 a.m., when Ryan woke me up for breakfast, and continued all day. We swam in the ocean and played around with our sandcastle that morning, followed by a trip to the grocery store. It was later in the afternoon when Ryan volunteered her mom's services to braid my hair. After making sure that Paige didn't mind doing it on her day off, I took her up on the offer. Everyone told me it looked pretty, but I didn't see the final result until I went upstairs a little while later. I stared at myself in the mirror, smiling at her work. It was a loose but intricate braid that fell over one shoulder, and I reached up to touch it absent-mindedly. I fished a handheld mirror from the drawer and used it to see the back of my head in the reflection of the main mirror. Wow, I whispered, even though no one was there to hear me. The braid started on one side of my head and wrapped around, hanging over my shoulder. She strategically pulled on certain parts of it to make it loose and wispy-looking. It was beautiful. Looking at it made me feel a sudden urge to put on a little powder and maybe even some mascara. Sure, it was vacation, but it would be a crying shame to wear this beautiful hairstyle and not do a little something with my face. I was in the middle of applying a coat of lip gloss when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I had the bathroom door open and could clearly hear that someone was coming. My dad had gone to pick Evan up from the airport, so I figured that's who was approaching. "Is my brother here?" I called, knowing by the sound of the footsteps that someone was about to round the corner. "Your cousin is," Charlotte said, coming to stand in the doorway behind me. She stepped into the bathroom, and I smiled as I turned around to hug her. "Your hair looks amazing," she said, hugging me loosely enough that she wouldn't mess it up. "Thank you," I said. "Paige just braided it." "When'd y'all get here?" "Just now," she said. "Ryan's taking Cub on the grand tour. I told him I'd bring some of our stuff up here." "Are you and Cub taking this bedroom?" I asked, referring to the one on the 3rd floor where I was sleeping. She nodded. "Logan and Rachel are going to be up here on couches." "How'd you manage to talk him into letting you have the bed?" I asked. "Rock, paper, scissors," she said. "Plus, Cub and I just got married. We're still in the honeymoon phase, if you will." I smirked at her as I shook my head. "Nobody better be honeymoon phasing up here," I said, making her laugh. "Who's up here giggling?" I heard a guy's voice ask. I hadn't even heard anyone approach, so it caught me off guard. "None of your beeswax," Charlotte said. I wasn't sure who had spoken, but I could tell by Charlotte's response that it was either her brother or Nico, since she wouldn't tell her new husband it was none of his beeswax. Nico rounded the corner and stood leaning against the doorway like he owned the place. "What's up, Mia?" he said, smiling confidently as he looked me over. "Hey," I said with a little wave. I stared at him, wondering how he had the ability to make my heart race even after all this time. "Your grandma told me to come up here and claim one of these couches," he said. He patted the huge duffel bag that was slung over his shoulder. "Are any of them off limits?" "Mine's off limits," I said, raising my hand just slightly like I was answering a question in school. I quickly put it down once I realized I looked like a big nerd. My stuff's all over it, though, so it's obvious which one's mine. Nico shot me a wry smile. I had absolutely no idea what he was thinking. About 5 different things crossed my mind within a matter of a few seconds, and most of them involved him wanting to kiss me. I scrunched up my face to try to clear my thoughts of such nonsense. Only I didn't realize I was doing it until Nico said,
What's wrong?
Me? Nothing. He gave me a sideways smile as he turned to head into the main room. I can't believe Logan lost the bet over rock, paper, scissors, I said, loud enough for Nico to hear so he wouldn't think I was talking about him. I can't believe he's here, I whispered to Charlotte right after making that loud, random statement. Charlotte cocked her head for a second, staring at me with a confused expression before finally understanding what I had said. I know, she said loudly. He was so mad that he made me do best 3 out of 5. She leaned in and whispered next to my ear, Are you talking about Nico? I nodded with wide eyes. I told you he was coming, she whispered. I know, but now he's sleeping up here on the couch. He's going to be around me all the time. What am I going to do? She stared at me as if not having the slightest idea what to say. I could tell it came as a surprise to her that I was even concerned about it at all. How did you make it all these years with him hanging around like that? I gestured to the general direction of the room where Nico was and smiled at her look of confusion. Are you asking me how I managed not to fall for Nico all these years? She whispered, still looking extremely confused. I nodded. Are you kidding me? She asked. I shook my head. No, seriously, how do you do it? You need to tell me so I can learn your skills. You can't tell me you don't think he's gorgeous. She grimaced at the thought and shook her head. I could never, she whispered. She pointed in Nico's direction. That's the same boy who sat on my head and farted. She touched her fingertips to the side of her forehead near her temple. It literally came out on my head. I felt it right here, she said, shaking her head in a blank, traumatized way. My brother helped him hold me down. I'll never forgive either of them for that. Picturing it made me giggle, which I did as quietly as possible. As a girl with 2 older brothers, I had been gassed upon several times as well. When was this? I asked. She shrugged. I don't know. I think I was about 8 or 10. She paused and glanced at the door to make sure Nico wasn't there before continuing. I can appreciate that he looks good or whatever, but honestly, I've never seen him like that. He really is like my brother. We heard the sound of more footsteps coming up the stairs. These were accompanied by Ryan talking a mile a minute. I knew Ryan and Cub would come walking around the corner any second. Are you still crushing on him? Charlotte whispered quickly before anyone could hear. Me? No, I said. She narrowed her eyes at me. I knew it, she whispered, pointing at me as her eyes grew wide. That's why I called to let you know. Are you going to be okay? I can make him take one of the couches downstairs if you want. She spoke quickly, but barely had time to get the words out before Ryan rounded the corner, pulling Cub along behind her. I'm good, I said, casually answering Charlotte's question before turning to face Cub. I had grown to love Charlotte's new husband during the time I spent with him in Africa, and it was good to see him again. We both instantly reached out for a hug. It's good to see you, Mia, he said. Your hair looks good like that. My mom did that, Ryan said. Did she? Cub asked, smiling down at her as if he was really impressed. She nodded and smiled as she regarded him. You can see the back if you want, she said, reaching out to touch me as if to cue me to turn around. I did as she instructed, using my hand to gesture to it like a model on a game show. Wow, Cub said. That looks hard to do. Your mom must be an expert with knots. Is she a sailor? Ryan giggled at his question. No, silly. She's a hairstylist, she said. I meant to tell you your hair looked good like that, Mia. We heard Nico, who had obviously overheard us, yell from the living room. Thanks, I yelled back. Sounds like your mom has fans, Cub said, referring to Nico's statement. He smiled as he reached out to rub Ryan's head. Yep, Ryan said, nodding. She has about 27 likes on her website.
Wow, Cub said. She must be really popular.
Ryan continued to nod seriously, which made Cub smile. Chapter 4. Ryan was eager to get out to the beach, so we all promised we'd meet her downstairs in a few minutes. Cub and Charlotte went to their bedroom to put down their luggage and get settled, which left me alone in the bathroom. I hadn't seen Nico pass the doorway on his way downstairs, so I figured he was still upstairs. I hadn't expected everyone to come upstairs when I went up to check out my braid, and my nerves were on edge as a result of their sudden appearance. I regarded myself in the mirror, wondering if I would feel this nervous had it just been Charlotte and Cub who surprised me. There was no use speculating, and it didn't really matter anyway. I took one last deep, calming breath before heading out. I realized, as I stepped out of the bathroom, that I had a choice to make. I could make a right and head downstairs without visiting my spot on the couch, or I could go into the family room and say hi to Nico. This was assuming he was still up there. I made the split-second decision to grab my phone from my purse before going downstairs. Nico was sitting on the couch closest to mine. He was propped on the edge, staring intently down at his phone. My plan was to grab my phone and sneak out without distracting him. I was looking into my bag when I heard him speak from behind me.
"How you doing, sweet Mia?" he said in his deep, borderline raspy voice. I instinctually glanced at him with a smile before turning to stare in my purse again. "I'm doing well," I said. "How are you, Nico?" He didn't answer my question until I glanced at him again. It was as if he wanted me to be looking at him before he responded. I glanced behind me, and he sat back on the couch, regarding me with a devastatingly handsome, casual smile. "I'm better now," he said.
It might seem like a cheesy thing for him to say, but the way he delivered it seemed extremely sincere, like he was truly relieved to see me. Either way, it made me smile. "I'll bet you say that to all the girls," I said, trying not to let myself fall under his spell. He shook his head as he ran a hand along his jaw and smiled at me.
"Actually, I don't," he said. "That's an extremely overused line. I just meant it this time, so that's what came out." My stomach flipped at the sincerity in his statement. "And you're not a girl,"
he continued. He sat back and regarded me with a tilt to his head.
"I think you went and became a woman since the last time I saw you."
He stared at me with those bright green eyes that had been devastating me for all these years. He had a few days' worth of stubble on his jawline, and I took in his face, thinking he went and became a man since the last time I saw him, too. "We saw each other last year," I said. I found my phone and stashed it into the back pocket of my jeans, straightening my posture and smiling at him in a way that said I was planning to leave. His eyebrows furrowed.
"When'd we last see each other?"
he asked. "Africa," I said.
"You stayed at that other house,"
he said, as if just remembering. "I did," I said. He was sitting on the couch, and I just stood there staring down at him. I knew I should leave, but I couldn't make myself do it. He was just that appealing. He even smelled good. I could smell him from where I was standing. "I heard what you did for the rescue center," I said, since I wasn't quite ready to leave. "That was really nice of you." My mom had told me a few months back that Nico funded a building project at one of Rachel's parents' rescue centers in Kenya. She didn't know all the details, but it was apparently a huge deal.
"I didn't mean for everybody to hear about that,"
he said.
"You're probably giving me more credit than I deserve."
I stood there and stared at him for the next few seconds, debating whether or not I was going to keep the conversation going. I should just put an end to it. The longer I stood there, the faster my heart raced. "I'll let you get back to whatever you're doing," I said, smiling and gesturing to his phone.
"I was just texting my mom," he said. "She'd have Myrtle Beach Police Department over here if I didn't let her know we made a safe trip."
"Do you live with your parents still?"
I asked. No, he said, smiling in an amused way. She just loves me and makes me check in with her. My mom makes me do the same thing when I go out of town, I said. He tossed his phone onto the couch beside him and smiled at me. Where are you going in such a hurry? He asked. We were going to meet Ryan downstairs to go to the beach, I said. And I was going to make a phone call to my friend who lives here in town to let him know I made it. I added that last part because Nico's face was causing my heart to pound, and I desperately needed a distraction. Him, huh? Nico said. What? You said you had to call your friend and let him know you made it. Yeah, Travis. Are you gently trying to tell me you're spoken for, Mia? He asked. No, I mean, I like Travis, and I'm excited to hang out with him or whatever, but we're not necessarily... I trailed off. You're not what? He asked. It doesn't matter, I said, smiling as if we were both being silly. What doesn't matter? My being spoken for or not being spoken for. Maybe it matters to me, he said. Again with the gut-clenching hope that sprang up in me. How did he have the power to affect me this way? Then I guess I'm spoken for, I said, knowing that was the smartest thing to do when my only other option was to fall feet first in love with him right there on our first day of the trip. He made a disappointed clicking sound. My loss, he said, standing up as if he might accompany me downstairs. Don't worry, I said nonchalantly. I wouldn't give you the time of day even if I weren't spoken for. Nico flinched like I had hurt his feelings. Ouch, he said. You're breaking my heart over here. I laughed and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. I think you'll be all right, I said, knowing he was joking around about the whole thing. Are you ready to go to the beach? Charlotte asked, coming out of the bedroom. She stopped and regarded me with a curious expression. Why didn't you change? I looked down at my clothes. I'm not swimming, I said. I've already been out there all morning. I was planning on just walking down with you guys. Yeah, and she's got to call her boyfriend, Nico said. What boyfriend? Charlotte asked with a perplexed look on her face. I widened my eyes just a little, silently begging her to play along. Travis, I said. Charlotte nodded as if suddenly remembering. You got a new beau, Mia? Cub asked, coming to stand beside Charlotte wearing his swim trunks with a towel slung over his shoulder. It's a guy she met a couple of years ago, Charlotte explained so I wouldn't have to. They're on again, off again. He'll have us all over this weekend if y'all want to go, I said. I smiled at Cub. You're going to freak out when you see his house. He's got every piece of new technology that comes out. His phone's hooked up to his house in ways I'll never be able to understand. Probably like Nico's place, Cub said. I glanced at Nico. I thought you lived with Logan, I said. I knew he didn't, but I liked pushing his buttons on the subject. I do, Nico said confidently. But I also have a little place of my own that I go to sometimes. And you should see it, Cub said. He's got his house hooked up to his phone like you were saying. I glanced at Nico, who gave me a challenging lift of the eyebrows. Better than Trevor's, I'll bet. Travis. What? He asked. You called him Trevor, and his name's Travis. Oh, he said, not caring one bit. Are you ready? Charlotte asked, making us all look at her. Her question was directed to Cub, but we all decided to go downstairs. My dad had just gotten back from picking Evan up at the airport, and everyone was crowded around him. I hadn't seen him in 4 months, and I quickly crossed the room once I saw that he was here. Evan, I said. I walked into my big brother's arms. I missed you so much. But why do you burn my nose hairs out? Evan was the free spirit of the family. He had long hair and tattoos and spent his life on ships hunting down whalers and stopping other international environmental travesties like that. He was a real hero, but he looked like laid-back, surfer, hippie type, and we always gave him a good-natured hard time about it. Basically, all of us liked to joke about how bad he smelled when he first came home, so it was my duty to say he stank, even though he really didn't this time. Within half a second of making the statement about him smelling bad, he grabbed the back of my head and tried to stuff it in his armpit. I easily thwarted his efforts since he wasn't trying that hard. "I smell good," he said, defending himself. Everyone standing around laughed at us for being so silly. "I'll smell you, Uncle Evan," Ryan volunteered. "Ryan, gross," Cody yelled from the other side of the kitchen. "I smell good," Evan said, smirking at Ryan as he reached down to pick her up. He rested her on his hip, and she instantly bent down to try to sniff him. "He smells good," she said, thinking I was serious when I was teasing him. "Okay," I said reluctantly. "I guess he doesn't stink too bad this time." "We're going out to build a sandcastle," Ryan said, staring at Evan. "Are you coming?" "Give me a few minutes to put my bags away and I'll be there." Evan set Ryan to her feet, and a small group of us went outside to start the construction efforts. The castle we had built the day before was still in fairly good shape, so we just added on to that one, making it even more grand than it already was. Parts of the family came and went while we worked, but there was a steady group of about 10 of us working diligently. We laughed and talked as we worked, catching up with each other about things we'd missed since the last time we were together. Charlotte and Cub had gotten married recently, but it was a spur-of-the-moment thing out in California, so the ones of us who lived in Carolina missed it. They told us all about the wedding, and we gave them a hard time for not inviting us, even though we totally understood. Nico interacted with our family as if he was one of us. I watched him work with Ryan and talk to everyone, and I couldn't help but think that he had matured in a lot of ways. He was thoughtful and helpful, and he didn't seem at all like someone I'd label as a player. Maybe it was just that I didn't want to believe it. I wanted so badly to give him the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to sit by him and hold his hand, even though I wasn't entirely sure if he could be trusted. Seeing him shirtlessly work on that sandcastle with my family made me feel like I didn't really care whether he could be trusted or not. What was the harm in flirting with him? None. There was no harm in it at all. I knew I had told myself to steer clear of him this week, but as the hours passed and the afternoon became evening, I had totally renegotiated all of my harsh judgments on Nico. He was sweet and sincere and really seemed like he could be trusted. I made sure to warn myself that it would likely amount to nothing and promised not to get my heart broken. It was a gorgeous evening, and most of the family ate dinner on the huge deck that extended from the main floor of the house. My dad grilled meat and veggies that we ate up like a pack of hungry wolves. My Uncle Dave and his family had arrived as well, so everyone was officially accounted for, and the house was absolutely bustling with commotion. Toddlers were playing and running around, and all of us were cracking up as we caught up on our lives over the past year. It was nearly dark when I decided to go back to the beach. Some of the family was already down there, and others were staying at the house for the rest of the evening. I'd been sitting on the deck for a while, and I felt like taking a walk down the shore before it got completely dark. "I'm going down to the beach," I said to no one in particular. I stood since I knew I was headed down there, even if it was alone. "I'll go with you," Nico said. I expected others to volunteer to come with us as well, but they all sort of just carried on with their conversations. Maybe Nico and I had both been quiet when we announced we were leaving, but no one seemed to notice our departure. Chapter 5. The upper 2 floors of Dee Dee's house had balconies, but the main deck was attached to the first floor. The house was set up on piers, thus so was the deck. There was a long wooden staircase leading off the deck to the sandy ground below, and Nico and I made our way down it. I had been wearing sandals, but I kicked them off at the foot of the stairs so that I could walk barefoot on the beach. There was already a small pile of shoes sitting there from other people who had done the same thing. "Were you planning on swimming?" Nico asked, watching me stash my sandals near the others. I smiled and shook my head in answer to his question. "I'm just going to take a walk," I said. Nico didn't elaborate on what he was doing. I wondered, but didn't ask whether he was planning on coming with me on a walk or if he was going to hang out on the beach with the others who were already there. I had planned on going alone, so I wasn't counting on him coming with me. I wasn't counting on it, but I wanted him to. I didn't say as much. There were a few people sitting in chairs near the shore, and another small group standing in the water far enough out that their ankles were submerged. I smiled and waved at both groups when they caught sight of us, and Nico did the same. "I'm gonna head this way," I said, still unsure of what Nico was doing. I glanced at him, and he smiled at me.
"I thought I'd come with you if you don't mind the company,"
he said. I shook my head. "I don't." We walked between the groups that were gathered on the beach. The ones who were standing in the water were far enough away that I didn't think they could hear me, but I spoke to Andy and Willow and their bunch, who were sitting in chairs. I pointed down the shoreline and told them we were going for a walk and would be back in a little while. "Where are you going?" Ryan yelled, running up from behind us a few seconds later. I turned and smiled at her as she approached. She had on a swimsuit, and her curly, sandy blonde hair was blowing in the wind. "Nico and I are taking a walk," I said, smiling at how adorable she was. "You want to come with us?" She looked over her shoulder in the direction of Paige before focusing on me again. "My mom said I only have 5 more minutes before I have to go in. Can it only take 5 minutes?" "We'll probably be gone longer than that," I said. "But I'll take you on a nice long walk tomorrow if that sounds all right to you." She smiled and nodded at me before squinting up at Nico. "What's your name again?" He scooped down.
"Nico,"
he said, gently pinching at her bathing suit-covered belly. "Like Nickelodeon?" He smiled.
"Yep."
"Are you my cousin?" she asked.
"I've been friends with Logan for a long time,"
he said, still smiling at her.
"I think I might be your adopted cousin, if that's okay with you."
She nodded. "Yep, it is," she said. "I'm adopted, too."
"You are?"
he asked. "Not by my dad, but by my mom," she said.
"I figured because I met you and your dad before, but this is my first time meeting your mom."
"She's been my mom for 2 years," Ryan said. Nico ruffled her hair as he stood up.
"That just shows how long it's been since I've seen you,"
he said. Ryan nodded seriously as if she was taking everything in. "I guess we'll see you in the morning, Peanut," I said, reaching out to mess up her hair like Nico had done. "Okay," she said with a huge smile. Without another word, she turned and ran back to the group who was standing near the water. Paige waved at me when she saw Ryan approaching, and I waved back before turning to head the opposite direction.
"I want one just like that,"
Nico said. "One what?" I asked.
"A kid."
"You want kids?" The way I asked the question must have made it obvious that I was shocked by the idea, because it made Nico laugh.
"Yes,"
he said as we walked. I thought he might elaborate, or at least give me some sort of time frame for when he was interested in starting said family, but he didn't. "You sure you don't already have some out there you don't know about?" I asked, joking around with him. We glanced at each other as we walked, and he shot me a little smirk like I was mean for saying such a thing. I smiled as I fiddled with the end of my braid that was hanging over my shoulder. We walked several paces in silence before he spoke again.
"I think you might have the wrong idea about me,"
he said. "How do you know what ideas I have?" I asked.
"Because you just said one of them.
What was that?"
That I have random children being born all over the place."
I laughed. "I hope they're not all over the place," I said in the same joking manner I'd been using.
"That's the thing," he said. "I'm not sure why you think I have them at all."
We were both smiling, but I sort of felt bad. "I'm just messing with you," I said. "I thought you knew you were a ladies' man." He shot me a sideways smile and lifted an eyebrow.
"You called me a ladies' man just now."
"It's nicer than calling you a player."
"A player?"
he asked, as if he was surprised and maybe a little hurt by the word. "Oh, come on, Nico. Don't act like you've ever had a girlfriend for longer than a week."
"What do you know about my girlfriends?"
I let out a humorless laugh as we continued to walk. "That they're numerous," I said.
"Numerous, huh?"
"Yep."
We walked for a little while in comfortable silence before I said, "Not that I'm judging or anything. You can have a different girlfriend every day of the week for all I care." Why did I say that? Even as the words left my mouth, I regretted them. I did care how many girlfriends he had. I cared very much. Anything I said to the contrary was a defense mechanism. I knew it from a psychology class I had taken in college. I wanted to hurt him before he had the chance to hurt me. He elbowed my arm gently as we walked.
"I might not be as despicable as you think,"
he said. "You're probably not," I said. "It just makes things easier if I assume you are."
"Why would that make things easier?" he said. "It seems like it makes them harder."
I giggled. "It depends on what you're trying to accomplish, I guess."
"And what is it you're trying to accomplish, Mia?"
he asked. "Just a nice, friendly week at the beach house."
"I guess the key word there is friend,"
he said. I didn't answer. I just kept putting one foot in front of the other.
"If there's one thing I can do, it's take a hint," he said.
My heart dropped at his statement. Basically, I had just told him I wanted nothing more than friendship with him, and he agreed to it. For crying out loud, what had I done? Why couldn't I go back and erase everything I had just said? I spent the next 10 or 15 minutes beating myself up on the inside while holding a conversation with Nico and trying to seem fine on the outside. We talked about everything and nothing as the sun went down and it went from dusk to dark. He was kind and funny, and I was devastatingly charmed yet again. "That's my friend's house," I said when we came to the stretch of beach where we could see Travis's mansion. It was impressive, despite being difficult to see at night. I was secretly hoping to push Nico's buttons by mentioning it.
"Who? Oh, you mean that guy Troy?"
he asked casually. "Travis," I said, trying not to smile at his mistake, which was clearly intentional. Nico didn't even bother looking toward the house, and that made me want to smile even more.
"I can walk back alone if you need to stop and see your boyfriend,"
he said. I slowed my pace as he spoke, and we stopped completely by the time he finished. "I was just thinking about heading back," I said. The moon was bright, and I could clearly see him even though it was dark. My eyes fell onto the strong bones of his face. I just loved the structure of it. His eyebrows, nose, and jaw were sleek and masculine. He had probably turned out to be the very thing his father was hoping for. Flawless. I looked him in the eye, which was a mistake. His light green eyes looked right through me, making me glance away almost instantly.
"You sure you don't need to stay and say hi to your man?"
he asked. "He's not my boyfriend," I said, absent-mindedly making circles in the sand with my toe. "I definitely don't need to stay." I paused and looked around. I wasn't even planning on walking this far. I glanced at him, and he gave me a little smile before taking the first step toward Dee Dee's. Nico and I walked slowly, and it took us about half an hour to make our way back to the house. We told stories about things that happened to us when we were younger. One story would remind us of another, and we'd end up getting completely off track. We talked and cracked up the whole time. I could see Dee Dee's house in the distance when Nico reached out and gave a light pinch to my elbow with his knuckles.
"We should probably just go ahead and get it over with,"
he said. I glanced at him with a confused expression as we walked slowly.
"It'll be best to do it way out here where we won't get caught."
"Do what?" I asked. I glanced at the ground again, thinking he would answer while I was looking away, but he didn't, so I looked at him. We just stared at each other as we walked at a snail's pace down the shore. "What?" I repeated, causing him to smile.
"Never mind,"
he said, with a little shake of his head. "Never mind what?" I asked.
"If you don't know what I'm talking about, then it wouldn't have worked out anyway."
He couldn't possibly be talking about kissing me, could he? It was the very first thing that crossed my mind, but I thought there was no way that's what he meant. "Fine," I said, shrugging and doing my best to call his bluff. Your loss.
How do you know it's my loss if you don't even know what I was talking about? He asked.
I smiled and shrugged again. It's your loss for not telling me, I said. You should have just gone ahead and done what you were talking about.
It's not something you do without permission, he said.
By this time, our pace had slowed to the point where it could best be described as standing completely still.
It's probably best that we don't anyway, he continued.
Why not? I asked, growing more certain by the second that he was referring to kissing me.
One part of me knows you want to keep your distance, and the other part knows there's something going on. I guess I just thought maybe we could try to get it out of our system so we can leave each other alone about it. But it's probably a bad idea.
My body was buzzing with nervous anticipation. Time had done nothing to weaken my feelings for this man. I was so attracted to him, I felt like I could just burst. Why couldn't I just throw myself into his arms and force him to catch me? Yeah, it's probably a bad idea, I said, dazedly after a few silent seconds.
What's a bad idea?
He asked, knowing he never said specifically what he was going to do. Getting whatever it is out of our system, I said. He was standing right next to me, and because he was a good 6 or 8 inches taller, I was forced to look up at him. The closer he came, the more I had to lift my chin. Before I knew what was happening, we were just standing there staring at each other, so close that I could feel the warmth radiating off his body. My eyes were drawn to his lips, which were full and curved with a perfect little divot at the top.
The longer I look at you, the more difficult this becomes, Mia.
He reached up and touched my hairline like he might tuck some hair behind my ear. The warmth of his hand had me feeling like I might melt into the sand and slip into the ocean. Maybe we should just get it out of our system, I said. It was hard to find my voice as I made this statement, and it came out as little more than a whisper.
What did you say?
He asked. He ducked and placed his ear near my mouth so I could repeat what I had said. His ear was only an inch or two from my mouth. He smelled amazing, and I was overwhelmed with the feeling of wanting to be close to him, to touch him. I put my hand on his shoulder for balance because I felt I might just fall over any second. Nothing, was the only word that came out of my mouth when I opened it.
Because I thought you said we should get it out of our system,
he said, pulling back slightly to stare down at me. Then why'd you act like you didn't hear me?
Because I wanted you to repeat it.
Then, whatever, I think we should get it out of our system, I said nervously. Is that what you wanted to hear? He smiled as if he was amused by my jitters.
Just so we're clear, you know that means I'm going to kiss you, right?
I started to nod, but he leaned in and put his mouth on mine before I knew what was happening. I had kissed him 4.5 times over the years, and it never got less exhilarating. The time I'm referring to as a half was one time when I was 16 and he kissed my forehead, which was also knee-weakening. This was no kiss to the forehead, though. This one counted as a whole kiss. Nico's lips came down on mine with a gentleness I wasn't anticipating. They only touched mine for one amazing second before he pulled back. A second later, he let it happen again, and then there was a third time, all of them equally swift but tender. He let his mouth touch me a 4th time, and I pushed onto my toes to deepen the kiss or make it last longer, or maybe both. I was crazy about him, and I hated the thought of this coming to an end, at least not quite yet. He pulled back a little, avoiding my attempts and smiling down at me.
Mia, I'm not going to be able to stop if I don't stop now,
he said regretfully. He paused for a few seconds.
You have no idea how much I want this to continue,
he said, staring at me thoughtfully.
But we're gonna get each other in trouble if we stay out here.
I glanced down, smiling shyly as I nodded. You're right, I said, trying to sound casual and unaffected. We should head back. He used a finger to tilt my chin so I would look at him. It took me a second, but I reluctantly made eye contact.
I hope you know that I hate stopping this right now,
he said. I nodded and smiled, though it was probably laced with shyness. I know. Chapter 6. Nico. Nico Torres never ever had trouble sleeping. It was a running joke in his family that he could sleep on the ground with a rock for a pillow and still get a great night's sleep and wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. This was not the case last evening. He was in a multi-million-dollar beach house on an extremely comfortable couch, but he tossed and turned all night. Mia Hunt was the culprit. She was responsible for his rare bout of sleeplessness. He had known her almost his whole life and had somehow overlooked just how special she was until yesterday. The couch on which she was sleeping was no more than 8 feet away from Nico's couch, and the proximity was killing him. Several of them stayed up late, playing video games and hanging out in the third-story family room. It was past 2 a.m. when they finally decided to go to bed, and when they did, Mia fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow.
How did she do that?
He wondered countless times as he tried to make himself fall asleep. He couldn't stop thinking about their walk on the beach, which ended with a far too brief kiss. It wasn't enough, not even close. He watched her sleep, thinking about how he'd much rather be stretched out next to her. She could use his chest as a pillow. She could rest her head on him and let her long black hair spread over him like a blanket. Dee Dee had nice linens and everything, but they were itchy and uncomfortable compared to the idea of Mia lying next to him. It was nearly 4 a.m. the last time Nico looked at his phone, and when he woke up, it was 7:30. He tried to go back to sleep, but just couldn't do it. Mia had turned over during the night, so all he could see was the back of her head. Otherwise, he might have stayed up there a little longer. By 8 a.m., he realized that he wouldn't be able to get any more rest and decided to get up. He could see as he walked to the restroom that most of the other couches were still occupied. He tried his best to be quiet as he showered and got dressed before heading downstairs.
Just the man I wanted to see,
Cody said from the kitchen the moment Nico showed his face downstairs.
Oh, yeah?
Nico said. From his experience, when anyone said he was the man they wanted to see, they usually had a question about real estate. Nico was smiling at Cody as he crossed the living room, headed toward the kitchen. Cody and Evan were there, along with Cody's wife, Paige, and their daughters. Dee Dee and a few others were awake as well and were sitting down at the dining table, drinking coffee with a newspaper spread out in front of them.
I didn't think you'd be up,
Nico said to Evan, who was one of the participants in the video game tournament, which lasted till 2. Evan gave Nico a slight smile, but otherwise didn't acknowledge his remark. Get you some coffee, sweetheart, Dee Dee called from across the room.
Thank you. That sounds great,
Nico said, coming into the kitchen. Morning, Paige said sweetly as he passed.
Morning,
Nico said as he opened the cabinet to get a mug. He expected Cody to start in with the real estate question he wanted to ask, but everyone went on with whatever conversations they'd been having when he walked in. Nico poured coffee into his mug and took a swig of it without adding any cream or sugar as he leaned against the counter. He hadn't slept much at all, so he was content to sit back and not ask Cody what he wanted to talk about until the coffee started doing its trick.
Do you mind staying in here with Ryan while I go out to the deck and talk to Nico for a minute?
Nico looked up to see that it was Cody speaking. Not at all, Paige said. Nico took another swig of his coffee in preparation for what must be some pretty serious brain-picking. He didn't mind giving business advice, but it was still pretty early, and judging by Cody's expression, he was really ready to talk. Cody gave a flick of his head toward the deck, assuming that Nico would follow, which he did.
You coming?
Cody asked, looking at Evan. Evan nodded, and the three of them walked onto the deck together. It was a beautiful morning, and there was a strong ocean breeze. Cody walked to the far side of the enormous deck, and Nico and Evan went with him. Nico expected that they would have a seat at one of the tables or benches,
But Cody and Evan both stayed standing, leaning against the rail, so Nico did the same. He took another sip of his coffee before setting his mug next to him.
Mia was telling me about your salon,
he said, figuring he'd go ahead and get to the point since he thought that's what this was about.
That's exactly what this is about,
Cody said. The problem was that he looked annoyed, which was odd and awkward since he was the one who asked Nico to come out there and give him some advice.
You need to stay away from our sister,
Cody continued, taking Nico completely by surprise. A gut-wrenching feeling of dread washed over Nico as he took in Cody and Evan's grave expressions. Neither of them looked happy. Nico smiled instinctually.
Wait,
Nico said.
Are we talking about your business?
Yeah, it's our business, Cody said. She's our sister, and we're not going to stand by and let her get hurt. Nico shot them both a confused expression before smiling at them like there had been some sort of misunderstanding.
We saw you guys on the beach last night,
Evan explained, trying to be reasonable. Nico was silent for a second as he contemplated what to say, but ultimately decided to play dumb.
I thought you guys were bringing me out here to discuss your business investment,
he said.
My business investment is just fine, thanks to Mia, my only sister, who I love and would do anything for,
Cody said. He leveled Nico with an impassive stare.
I'm not going to stand by and let you do whatever it is you do with girls. Not with her. She's off limits.
The feeling of dread Nico was experiencing grew more intense by the second. He glanced at Evan, whose expression was equally as stone-faced as his brother. These guys were not messing around. They were staring at him like he was some stranger Logan had brought into the house and not someone who was basically part of the family.
We both like you, Evan explained. We like you a lot. We just want to keep it that way. We need to be clear that Mia's completely off limits, Cody added. You can be her friend, but there will be no more of that stuff that happened last night on the beach. You're acting like I forced myself on her,
Nico said, standing up a little straighter as he defended himself. Cody held his hands up in a gesture of surrender.
Believe me, we know you didn't have to force yourself. Yeah, she's had a thing for you since we were kids, Evan said. Which is exactly why we can't let you mess with her emotions anymore.
Nico's heart dropped at the thought of messing with Mia's emotions. It had never even occurred to him. He was quiet for a few seconds while what they were implying sank in.
I'm not trying to hurt her, Nico said.
Evan scoffed.
Yeah, but you're not trying to marry her either. Oh, come on, Nico said. Don't try to act like you've never kissed a girl without asking her to marry you first. You can go kiss as many girls as you want, Cody said. You can kiss every girl in Myrtle Beach if you want to. You just can't kiss my sister.
Nico started to blurt out that they were both being ridiculous. He started to laugh at their audacity and tell them both off for thinking they could keep him away from Mia, but he decided to be cool and count to 10. He just stood there and stared at the two brothers, who were totally and completely serious.
I'm sorry, Cody said. I like you and everything. I think you're a cool guy, and I'm glad you've been friends with Logan all these years. But you can't have Mia. She's too good for you.
Nico breathed a little humorless laugh. The more they said, the angrier he got. He had just stayed up all night staring at this beautiful creature upstairs, and now he wakes up to these two oafs telling him he couldn't have her. Who did they think they were?
She might be too good for me,
he said.
But that's her decision, not yours. Oh, I believe it's ours,
Cody said, straightening his posture like he was trying to bow up to Nico.
That's what we came out here to say, Evan added. She's our sister. We want what's best for her, and you're not it, period. You don't have the same values, and you don't have the same track history. You live in California, and she lives in Carolina. You're not going to spend the week getting her hopes up just to forget all about her like you did all those times when she was a little girl.
Evan paused and smiled at Nico with his hand raised.
I'm not trying to judge, he said. I like the ladies too.
Cody nodded.
Like we said, you can go fill your needs with any other girl in Myrtle Beach. Just not our sister.
Nico was fuming, but he kept his face expressionless as he stared back and forth between the two brothers.
Or what?
He asked finally.
Or things get ugly, Chief, Evan said. And none of us want that. We just want to spend the week relaxing with our family, and for you to leave Mia alone.
Nico felt like he wanted to take a swing at both of them. Several swings, actually. He felt like he wanted to swing at them until they took back everything they had just said. His jaw clenched, but otherwise he kept calm.
I have sisters, he said,
trying to make them see that he wasn't as bad as they thought he was.
Great, Cody said. Then you understand that we will do whatever it takes to protect her. Mia's a grown woman, Nico said.
Cody smiled and shook his head as if he was losing patience.
Listen, Nico, we brought you out here to say one thing. Leave Mia alone.
He spoke slowly as if phrasing it differently would make Nico understand. Evan smiled again as if that would soften the blow.
We don't want to see Mia get hurt by you again, that's all. We're not trying to spoil your good time. I'll even go out with you if you want to hook up with somebody while we're here. Just so it's not Mia, Cody said.
Nico was angry, but somewhere way down in his gut, he knew they were right. He had no idea Mia had feelings for him years ago, and hearing them say he had hurt Mia in the past made his heart ache. The last thing he wanted to do was break her heart. He took a deep breath as he thought about everything. She was too good for him, and he knew it.
So are we good?
Cody asked, seeing Nico's expression soften. Nico was silent for a few seconds while the two brothers just stood there and waited for his answer. Finally, he gave them a curt nod, one that he wasn't happy about at all. "You three look like you're having a serious conversation out here," Dee Dee yelled jovially as she and Christy came out of the house onto the deck.
"We were just finishing up,"
Evan said, with a huge smile aimed at his mom and grandmother. He continued to smile and lifted his chin at Nico before heading in the direction of the house.
"Good talk,"
he said. Nico lifted his chin back at Evan, but didn't return the smile. Chapter 7. Nico. Evan and Cody went inside the house as soon as they finished their little talk, but Nico opted to stay on the deck to give himself the chance to cool down. Dee Dee and Christy sat down at one of the tables closer to the back door of the house, leaving Nico on the far side of the deck by himself, a fact for which he was grateful. He sat on the edge of one of the chairs that was positioned looking out at the ocean. The view of the water was partially obstructed by trees and bushes that lie in between the house and the ocean, but he could still see and hear the waves rolling in. He finished what was left of his coffee in one swig and set the mug on one of the nearby tables. The weather was beautiful. He was able to work from his phone while he spent the week at an exquisite beach house on the East Coast. He was healthy, he had lots of friends, and he had enough money in his bank account to last him the rest of his life if it came to it. By all accounts, Nico Torres had the world on a string. So why did he feel like it was crashing in on him? Being a reasonable guy, he sat there and evaluated his feelings as he stared out at the ocean. He experienced an overwhelming feeling of sadness at the idea that he wouldn't be pursuing Mia Hunt. At that very moment, he felt like the woman of his dreams had been ripped away from him. He felt sick about it. He told himself that the only reason he was so torn up about abandoning his pursuits was that it wasn't his decision. Logically, this was exactly what was happening. Cody and Evan had forbid him from making any advances on her, so it was suddenly what seemed most important. He told himself this was the case, while he sat staring blankly at the ocean. "What you doing over there all by yourself?" Dee Dee called once she saw that Nico wasn't planning on going inside with Cody and Evan. He glanced over his shoulder at the two women who were sitting together and did his best imitation of a smile. He didn't trust his voice, so he cleared his throat before he spoke.
"I'm just taking in the scenery, I guess,"
he said. "You're welcome to come join us if you want," Dee Dee said. He didn't want to, and he knew they were just offering to be nice, but he stood up and walked over to them just to avoid declining their offer. Dee Dee patted at the chair next to her as he approached, and Nico sat in it without hesitation. Christy Hunt was sitting in the chair directly across from Nico, and he smiled at her as he sat back. She returned his smile, and the first thing that crossed his mind was that Mia smiled just like her mother. He switched his focus to Dee Dee to avoid having such thoughts. "Logan told me you're going to help him open a restaurant in a few years," Christy said, making polite conversation. Nico reluctantly made eye contact with her.
"Yes, ma'am," he said. "Unfortunately, I don't have much experience with restaurants, but we'll figure it out as we go."
"You're in retail, though, aren't you?" Dee Dee asked.
"I'm learning the ropes, but that's my dad's expertise. Most of my business so far is real estate, both commercial and residential."
Nico was still agitated by the conversation he had with Cody and Evan, and he hoped it didn't show. He smiled again, just in case. "Denise said you're really successful," Christy said. He smiled and bowed humbly.
"I'm lucky to have my dad to teach me what he knows," he said. "I was able to avoid a lot of the struggle most newbies face."
"Blessed," Dee Dee said. Nico smiled and nodded at her, even though he wasn't feeling very blessed at the moment. "There's no such thing as luck," she continued. Nico nodded but didn't say anything. "My grandchildren are blessed, too," she said. "They don't face the same hardships their grandfather encountered when he was building the family business. My husband went through a time when he didn't know where his next meal would come from." Nico didn't really feel like talking, but he knew he should engage in the conversation in spite of his mood.
"I'll bet it was hard to stay positive during times like that,"
he said. "David didn't think so," she said. "Even when times were rough, he would whistle and laugh like he didn't have a care in the world." "He did love to whistle," Christy said nostalgically. "He always had a song in his heart," Dee Dee said. Christy smiled. "I remember one time when we were out to eat, and a man he knew from church came up to our table. Gramps asked how he was doing, and the man went on and on about his aches and pains. We only talked to him for a minute, but he grumbled and complained the whole time." "I remember that," Dee Dee said, smiling. "Richard Mills." "Yep," Christy said, pointing at her as if she was glad to have a name to go with the memory. "Anyway, after he walked away, Gramps looked at all of us, shaking his head sadly. 'That's a crying shame,' he said. 'It makes me sad to see a Christian man out in the world selling God short like that. I don't care how bad your situation is. If you so readily complain about it, you're basically telling the world that the God you serve isn't doing a good job taking care of you.'" Christy paused as she smiled and sighed. "It was years ago that he said that, but it was something that really stuck with me." Dee Dee smiled and reached out to cup her hand over Christy's. She smiled thoughtfully as if missing her husband. "He was a good man." "He sure was," Christy agreed.
"It's no wonder your whole family turned out so positive,"
Nico said, feeling like he should add something to the conversation.
"Logan and Charlotte could be neck deep in a big pile of terrible, and they'd still smile and say everything was hunky-dory if you asked them how they were doing."
"Positivity was one of Gramps' finest attributes, and we did our best to pass it to our children."
"I think it worked,"
Nico said. He hadn't been raised in a Christian family, but he had been around Logan and Charlotte enough to be exposed to their beliefs. It hadn't occurred to him that their family's positivity had anything to do with their religious beliefs, but it made sense now that Christy explained it that way. He wondered if Cody and Evan's threat had anything to do with the fact that he didn't go to church. He remembered back to them saying that he didn't have the same values as Mia, and he thought maybe that's what they were talking about. He felt annoyed and agitated, which was pretty ironic in light of the whole conversation they were just having about positivity. He ran his hand through his dark hair and did his best to smile. "Have any of y'all seen Mia?" Paige asked, opening the sliding glass door that led onto the deck. Nico's feeling of agitation intensified at the mention of Mia's name. "She's sleeping on the 3rd floor," Christy said. "We've already been up there," Paige said. "She probably went for a run," Christy said. "She likes to do that first thing in the morning." Paige scrunched up her face. "Even on vacation?" she asked. "Who are you looking for?" Denise asked, walking around Paige to get out the door. "Mia. She went jogging." Denise confirmed. "She came down about 10 minutes ago and said she'd be back in an hour." "I didn't even see her," Paige said. "Did you need anything, sweetheart?" Christy asked. Paige shook her head. "I just needed to ask Mia something about the salon. One of our suppliers left me a message, and I didn't know how to answer his question." "She might have her phone with her if you need to give her a call," Christy said. Paige shook her head. "I tried already when we couldn't find her upstairs. It's no big deal. I'll just ask her when she gets back." Nico was trying to keep his cool, but the whole conversation was making him more and more irritated by the second. He told himself once again that the reason he wanted her so bad was because someone told him he couldn't have her. But that didn't seem to help.
It was nice talking to you, ladies,
Nico said, standing up at the same exact time that Denise sat down. "I didn't mean to run you off," Denise said, winking at him. "Do I stink or something?" Logan's mother was like a second mom to Nico, so he knew she was just giving him a hard time.
It's me who stinks,
he said, smiling at her as he slid his chair back under the table.
I think the ocean will take care of it, though.
You going for a swim? Dee Dee asked.
Yes, ma'am, I think I will.
She pointed toward the house. There's some towels right there in the mudroom. Nico smiled and thanked her before going into the house to put up his mug and grab one of the towels she was talking about. Dan was in the kitchen cooking eggs when he walked inside, and most of the people in there were sitting around eating.
You hungry?
Dan asked, looking at Nico from over his shoulder.
No thanks,
Nico said, having no appetite whatsoever.
We'll leave some leftovers in the fridge if you change your mind,
Dan said. And there's lots of stuff in the pantry, Charlotte added. Pop-Tarts and whatever. Nico hadn't really noticed Charlotte sitting there until she spoke, and he smiled and waved at her.
Morning,
he said. She smiled. Morning.
Where's your brother?
He asked. She rolled her eyes and pointed upward. Still upstairs, honking it on like a lazy bum.
Tell him I went for a swim if he's looking for me when he gets up,
Nico said. Charlotte nodded and gave him a thumbs up as she continued to eat her breakfast. Nico smiled and greeted a few other family members on his way to the mudroom to get a towel, but he kept all conversation to a minimum. Several others were on their way out to the beach with plans to build a sandcastle or swim or whatever they did out there. Nico didn't really care what everyone else was doing as long as they left him alone. He needed some time to think. The water was fairly calm for a breezy day, and Nico walked out till he was chest-deep in it. He swam down the shoreline until Dee Dee's house was a tiny speck in the distance, at which point he stopped, took a break, and started swimming back. He had always been a strong swimmer, and the physical exertion was just what he needed to clear his mind of all the frustration he was feeling. He wasn't even sure how long he'd been gone, but he was good and exhausted by the time he got back to the Hunt family's stretch of the beach. There were at least 10 people standing around looking at the sandcastle, and a few were in the water. He walked onto the shore feeling slightly better than he did when he left. Where did you swim to? Ryan yelled from where she was standing, which was in knee-deep water.
I think I went to North Carolina,
Nico said, making her giggle. That's funny, 'cause Aunt Mia ran to Georgia. The little girl was pointing down the shoreline in the opposite direction of where Nico had just come. That's really hilarious, Paige said. Mia ran up a few minutes ago, and when Ryan asked her where she'd been, she said she ran to Georgia. Uh-huh, Ryan agreed, laughing and nodding as she continued to point. She went that way, what leads to Georgia, and you went that way, what leads to... She trailed off and looked at Paige. North Carolina, Paige said, smiling. It's so funny that you both said you went to a different state. Paige smiled like she was still unable to get over the coincidence.
Not really. If you go that way, you hit Georgia. And if you go that way, you hit North Carolina,
Cody said dryly as he came to stand with the group. Yeah, but it's still funny that they both said the same thing, Paige said. Cody reached down and picked up his daughter, throwing her into the air and catching her as she plunged into the water in a fit of giggles. This ended the conversation about meaningless coincidences and gave Nico the chance to walk away without having to figure out what else to say. Logan and Rachel were on the beach near the place where Nico went to pick up his towel, and he talked to them for a few minutes before heading to the house to take a shower. He was on the sandy path halfway between the beach and the house when he looked up and saw Mia coming down the stairs with Charlotte and Cub right behind her. He thought the physical exertion had been enough to calm him down, but the sight of her had his heart racing again. He felt angry that he had been forbidden to pursue her, but quickly reminded himself that her brothers had been justified in their concern. He wasn't good enough for her, and he kept reminding himself of that fact as the space closed between them. Chapter 8. I hadn't seen Nico all morning, and my heart skipped a beat when I realized he was the figure approaching from the distance as I was headed to the beach with Charlotte and Cub. I had the urge to make an excuse to turn back toward the house since I knew that's where Nico was headed. But I knew my intentions would be obvious, so I opted to stay on the path. I could see from far off that he didn't have on a shirt, and I reminded myself not to stare, or even look for that matter, when we got closer. "Where do you go?" Charlotte called from behind me, obviously talking to Nico. He held up a hand to his ear, indicating that he hadn't heard her over the sounds of the waves. "Where do you go?" she repeated once he got a little closer. "You were gone forever." He smiled, and my heart melted. His face totally changed when he smiled, and the sight of it was irresistible. I glanced at the ground since looking at his shirtless body or his face were both out of the question at the moment.
I went for a swim,
he said once we were close enough to hear each other without yelling. "We were about to send the Coast Guard out, you were gone so long," she said. He let out a quiet laugh that made me look at him. I sort of expected that he would be looking at me when I made eye contact with him, but he wasn't. He was smiling right at Charlotte, who had come to stand next to me. His hair was wet, which made it appear even darker than it already was. It was basically black when it was wet. I couldn't help myself. I just stared at him. He was smiling, but it was somewhat guarded.
I swam for a while, and then I got out and took a breather before heading back,
he said, never taking his eyes off of Charlotte.
You two are making me feel like a lazy bum,
Cub said. Mia went for a run, Charlotte explained. Even at the mention of my name, he still did not look at me.
I've never been much of a runner,
Nico said. Aw, Bull, Charlotte said. You and Logan have been racing each other since you were little kids. She laughed and looked at Cub and me. You'd think they were still 13, she said. They raced each other just last week. I saw them. She paused and reached out to fake a punch at Nico's shoulder, even though she couldn't quite reach him from where she was standing. I won't tell them who always wins because my brother will get mad at me. Nico let out another little laugh that seemed like a gesture of courtesy.
He beat me the other day,
he said. She laughed. You weren't happy about it either. It's because he's preparing for a movie and his trainer has him doing sprints. Nico took the towel that was thrown over his shoulder and used it to dry his face and hair.
I'm heading up for a shower,
he said. It was clear by the way he phrased it that those were his parting words.
My stomach dropped as I realized that the conversation was over, and he would be walking away without even looking at me once. He had glanced back and forth from Charlotte to Cub during the entire conversation, but he never laid eyes on me. I felt like I wanted to cry. I knew this would happen. He regretted kissing me last night, and now things were going to be awkward between us. He started to step around us in order to continue up to the house, but I was just too stubborn to let him do that. "Are you coming back down to the beach once you finish your shower?" I asked. He had already begun to walk off by the time the words got out of my mouth, but he turned with a smile when I finished.
"I haven't eaten yet, but I might come down in a little while,"
he called in a cheerful but non-committal tone as he walked away. He glanced in my general direction, but he did it with such swiftness that I wasn't even sure if he was looking at me. A stabbing sensation went through my heart as my hunch about us being in an awkward situation was confirmed. He could barely even look at me, even when I spoke to him directly. I was so hurt and angry that I felt like I wanted to pick up the phone and call Travis or any other eligible guy that very instant. I wanted to show Nico Torres just how much I didn't care about him. I tried not to watch as he walked away, but it was hard because of the defined muscles in his back. His back, of all places. What sort of person has muscles on their back? I only allowed myself a couple of seconds to stare at him before turning the other way to head to the beach with Charlotte and Cub. "What time are we going to the spa tomorrow?" I asked Charlotte since I was desperate to get my mind off of back muscles and lack of eye contact. I worked at a salon now, so our tradition of having a girls' spa day wasn't as exciting to me as it used to be, but it would still be fun, assuming I could forget about Nico long enough to enjoy it. Before she even had the chance to answer my question, my thoughts turned to Nico again. I smiled sarcastically when I remembered him saying we should get it out of our system last night before we kissed. Apparently, he was completely serious when he said that, and I was indeed out of his system. I wished the same were true for me. "Our appointment's at 2:00, but I thought we would go early and eat lunch like we usually do," Charlotte said, answering my question. "That sounds good," I said, doing my best to seem like I was in a good mood. "I wonder what was wrong with Nico," she said, glancing back to make sure he was far enough away not to overhear. I glanced back as well, but he was already at the top of the stairs with no chance of hearing.
"Why do you say that?"
Cub asked. "He looked mad," she said.
Cub laughed. "He was smiling the whole time," he said.
I kept my mouth shut and my eyes on the path before us, but I could see out of the corner of my eye that Charlotte was shaking her head. "He was smiling, but something was wrong," she said. "I've known Nico long enough to be able to tell when something's bothering him."
"I'm sure he'll work it out,"
Cub said, obviously not concerned with the other man's mental state. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell them we kissed the night before, and now he was being awkward. I was almost mad enough to say something stupid like that. "Did you think he was acting funny?" she asked, glancing at me as we walked. I came really close to blurting everything out, but instead I shook my head and said, "No."
"You're reading too much into it,"
Cub added.
"He's probably just tired from his swim."
He paused and let out a little laugh.
"Women always assume we are thinking something deeper than we really are," he said.
"All right," she conceded. But something was bothering him, just so you know. Mark my word. I was in a slightly vulnerable state as we made our way down to the beach, which was probably the reason why I agreed to let Ryan bury me in the sand. I had already taken a shower and would no doubt require another one afterwards, but I sort of just numbly agreed to it when she asked me. We spent 15 or 20 minutes digging a trench deep enough to accommodate me before I climbed into it. Once I did, it only took them 5 minutes or so to cover me up to my neck. "I'm so glad you let her do this," Paige said, laughing as she snapped pictures of me. "She needed to get it out of her system so she can stop asking Cody and me." "I still want to bury you, too," Ryan said, giggling with delight as she danced around her mom. "I'll bet Uncle Evan wants to be buried," Paige said. At least I thought that was what she said. I couldn't comprehend a single thing they were saying because the phrase, "get it out of her system," was on repeat in my brain since the second Paige said it. I would probably never utter that phrase again for the rest of my life. "Smile, Aunt Mia," Ryan said.
"She's probably suffocating under there," my mom chimed in.
"Are you?" Paige asked, dropping her camera with a concerned expression. I smiled and shook my head. "I'm fine." A few other people snapped photos of me before I freed myself of the heavy sand covering and got to my feet with the help of my brothers. I started to dust myself off, but quickly realized that was a lost cause and took a dip in the ocean instead. Ryan came with me into the water, and we ended up playing in the waves for a little while. We were out at the beach for an hour or two before everyone decided to go inside for lunch. All but a few of us had been out there, so a huge group came into the house all at once. Nico was sitting at the kitchen island talking to my Aunt Denise when we came inside. I was the first one in the door, so he was forced to make unintentional eye contact with me when I opened it. "I thought you weren't swimming," Aunt Denise said, seeing that my outfit was wet. "I wasn't planning on it," I said, but Ryan had me up to my ears in sand, so I had to get rinsed off. "We buried Aunt Mia, Uncle Evan, and my dad," Ryan said as she came into the kitchen behind me. There were a lot of us down at the beach, so the kitchen went from empty to full in about 3 seconds. "We buried you too," Paige reminded her daughter. "And we buried me," Ryan added excitedly. Nico got to his feet as if he was about to exit the room. There was so much commotion that no one really noticed what he was doing, but I noticed. Roughly 10 conversations were going on at once, and most of them were about lunch. I watched as Nico snuck away, walking from the kitchen into the living room. This was convenient for me because I was also headed in that direction. I had already planned on going upstairs to take a shower, and I had to go through the living room to get to the staircase. I was so aggravated by how he treated me earlier that I was looking forward to talking to him, if for no other reason than to make him uncomfortable. I followed Nico from the kitchen into the living room with no concern about who was watching. I reached out to tap on his shoulder as soon as I got close enough, and he turned to face me. "Hey," I said.
"Hey."
"Where you going?" I asked, feeling brave.
"I was just gonna step outside and take care of a few work calls," he said.
Charlotte was right. There was an underlying seriousness to his expression in spite of his outward smile. I was staring at him, wondering what I could possibly say next when Evan came and put his arm around my shoulder.
"Can I borrow one of your rubber bands to keep my hair back?"
Evan asked, running a hand through his long hair as if it was in his way. "Sure," I said. "They're in my bag upstairs."
"I'll go with you,"
Evan said. I glanced at Nico and was just about to say something about talking to him later, but apparently he was already done talking to me. He smiled just a little as he lifted his chin toward Evan and me as if he'd see us later. Chapter 9. We'd been in the house for 5 days now, and I was still just as confused about Nico. Our time together would be over soon, but we never did connect the way we did on that first night. We didn't have many private moments, and when we did, it always seemed like we were being interrupted. Nico was really sweet to me every time we had the chance to interact, but I could tell he wanted to keep our relationship at a friendship level. The attraction I felt towards him was monumental, and it made my heart ache that he was able to turn off his feelings like a switch. I used my best acting skills to pretend I didn't mind, treating him like we were friends, which was obviously what he wanted. He and Evan, being the only 2 bachelors, had been sleeping outside in the hammocks every night. It was a family tradition for some of the guys to sleep outside 1 or 2 nights while we were here, but Nico and Evan wound up staying out there every night after the first one. A few times during the week, Nico did something that made me feel like he might be pretending also. One time, the guys were playing football on the beach, and I almost got hit in the head with a poorly thrown pass as I was walking by. Nico caught it right before it hit me, and he called me baby when he jumped in front of me. He said some phrase like, "Watch out, baby," as he caught the ball right before it hit me. The term of endearment made no sense at all based on how he had been treating me in the days before it happened. But I knew in my heart I hadn't misunderstood him. He called me baby, and we both knew it. Also, we had several conversations about my job and his job, and he would always say things like, "I could really use you in California for some retail marketing," and "we'd be unstoppable business partners." The other thing that happened was that we all went out to eat as a family one night, and when I came downstairs dressed and ready to go, Nico suddenly got a business call that couldn't wait, and he had to stay behind to take care of it. It was obvious by the way he looked at me that he was trying to avoid seeing me all dressed up, and that fact gave me a little satisfaction, even though I missed having him at dinner. It was now the week's end, and we had plans to go to Travis's house. Travis was calling it a get-together at first, but he must have invited more people than he thought, because the last time I talked to him, he was referring to it as a party. He asked me how many I'd be bringing with me, and I told him there were 6. Cody and Paige were staying home with the new baby, so that left myself, along with Evan, Logan, Rachel, Charlotte, and Cub. Nico wavered some on whether or not he would come. But he ultimately decided to stay back and get some work done. He caught a bunch of flack from Logan about being a workaholic on vacation. I was really sad he decided not to go. Not that I thought anything would happen between us, because I didn't. I was sad because the California crew was leaving the next morning, and I knew I wouldn't see Nico again once we left for the party. I was tempted to stay back once I found out he wasn't coming, but I couldn't do that since I was the family's main connection to Travis, and I had already promised them we'd go. The 6 of us that were going had plans to meet on the deck at 8 p.m., so we could walk over there together. Travis, along with his best friend, Jackson, created an extremely successful app when they were younger. Travis now owned one of the most beautiful homes in Myrtle Beach, and maybe even all of the East Coast. Part of me wanted to stay back and make the most of every last second I had with Nico, but I knew we'd have fun catching up with Travis and checking out whatever new stuff he had at his house. Who was I kidding? I didn't want to go at all, but I was making the best of it. Telling myself that it would be fun could only help because I was stuck going anyway. All of the girls came up to the 3rd floor so that we could get dressed and Paige could help us with our hair. I bought a little off-white romper when we went shopping earlier in the week, and that's what I decided to wear. It wasn't immodest, but it was fairly low-cut and sleeveless, and it was shorter than anything else I had worn that week. I had to do a thorough job of shaving before I got dressed. I put on some jewelry and a pair of comfortable sandals to go with the outfit. Paige styled my hair in loose waves that hung over my shoulders with the sides pulled back. Ryan came upstairs with a little tiara that she wanted one of us to wear. Everyone voted for me since I was the most likely one to wear something like that in my normal life, and I agreed easily, knowing Paige would make it look like $1 million in my hair, in spite of the fact that it had most likely come from Claire's in the mall. I smiled as I looked in the mirror once she was done. My hairstyle had enough volume to it that the tiara was hardly noticeable. It was understated, and maybe even appropriate for the occasion. "You look like a princess, Aunt Mia," Ryan said, coming up to stand behind me as I made last-minute adjustments on my jewelry and makeup. "Your mama did that," I said. "And you're the one who let me borrow your tiara." "I can barely see it," she said, standing on her tiptoes as she craned her neck to see the top of my head in the mirror. I stooped down and faced her to let her get a better look. "That's because my hair is so big, you little peanut," I said, reaching out to tickle her. She giggled before stretching up to see the top of my head. I looked down. "I see it," she said. "There it is." "Yep," I said. "Your mama put it in just the right spot." "Uh-huh," she agreed. Before I knew what was happening, she put her hands on each side of my face. "You will be the most beautiful princess at the whole party." She stared at my face like she really meant it. I couldn't help but smile at how sincere she was. "I think I'm going to be the only princess there, and that's all because of you. Thank you for letting me borrow this." She smiled proudly just as Charlotte came into the bathroom. "Aw, that looks really good," she said, glancing at the top of my head since I was still stooping down. "Thank you," I said. Are you gonna grow up to do hair like your mama? Charlotte asked, looking at Ryan.
Uh-huh,
Ryan answered.
Yes, ma'am, Paige corrected as she came to stand in the doorway next to Charlotte.
Yes, ma'am, Ryan said.
She's gonna be great at it, too, Paige said, winking at Ryan. She's got natural instincts.
I guess so, I said, sounding impressed. I stood up to take one last look at myself in the mirror. I never would have thought to wear one of these, and I love it. I might have to borrow it again to wear to work sometime. Ryan was so delighted with all the praise that she started making pretty eyes at all of us, which made us all giggle at her.
Are you ladies ready?
Rachel asked, coming to join the group that had congregated at the bathroom door.
Logan just texted me and said they're waiting on the deck for us.
Paige had done a beautiful job with Rachel and Charlotte's hair as well, and all three of us headed downstairs feeling as confident as ever about how we looked. We thanked Paige about 10 times as we made our way downstairs, and she said it had been her pleasure to do it. Ryan held my hand down all 3 flights of stairs, and when we got to the living room, she yelled to get everyone's attention. My parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, and Grandma all looked in our direction the second Ryan yelled, "Introducing!" I had no idea she was going to make such an announcement, so I was pretty shocked when she did. I stopped short when everyone turned to us, and Ryan held out her hand as if presenting me at a royal ball. "Princess Mia!" she yelled. My whole family gave me an impromptu round of applause, to which I bowed lavishly. Ryan cracked up at that, and everyone else laughed at her precious giggles.
"And Princesses Charlotte and Rachel,"
Paige said as the rest of them made their way to the foot of the stairs. Everyone clapped again as Rachel and Charlotte bowed. "You girls look beautiful," Dee Dee called.
I hope the boys are going with them,
my dad said, with a somewhat concerned expression from his place on the couch.
I hope so, too,
Uncle Rob added.
"They are,"
Charlotte assured them. We started to cross the living room in the direction of the deck, but Paige and Ryan excused themselves to go back upstairs and do their nighttime routine. The 3 of us thanked them again for helping us with our hair and told them good night. We stopped in the kitchen to hug our moms and let them check out our fancy hairdos before going out onto the deck to meet the boys. Andy and Willow were sitting out there along with Evan, Cub, and Logan. All of them looked at us when we opened the door, and my first thought was wondering where in the world Nico had run off to. I knew it would be my last time to see him, and I felt like I wanted to give him a hug and say goodbye before we left. I had expected to see him in the living room, and when he wasn't in there, I just knew he would be out on the deck. I was disappointed for a second until I realized that he was under the trellis, playing a ring toss game with Cody. It was one of our favorite games and was a staple every year at Dee Dee's beach house. There was a small metal ring attached to the trellis by a thin piece of rope. The idea was that if you swung it just right, you could get it to land on a hook, which was attached to the house. It was more difficult than it sounded, especially when you were first learning. The boys played all the time, so they were all really good at it and were constantly challenging each other for bragging rights. Nico and Cody were obviously in an intense matchup because they hardly even noticed when we walked onto the deck. Charlotte and Rachel automatically walked in the direction of their husbands, which left me with a choice. I could either follow them to the table where Cub and Logan were sitting, or I could cross the deck to talk to Nico. Obviously, I wanted to do the latter. He was wearing khaki shorts and a white V-neck shirt. I was staring at him when he first noticed our arrival, and I watched his expression change when he noticed me. I smiled at him, but he didn't smile back. He rubbed the stubble on his jaw as if he was thinking about something while he looked at me. I knew I couldn't stand there and stare at him, so I began walking in his direction. Cody was standing beside him, and he said something to Nico, but Nico didn't respond. He just continued staring at me. I smiled the whole time I was on my way over there to talk to him, but Nico never smiled back. The serious expression he wore had me feeling even more nervous than I was before. "Who's winning?" I asked casually.
You need a jacket,
Cody said, ignoring my question.
And some longer pants.
"Thanks," I said sarcastically as I looked at my brother.
I rarely agree with him, but I have to say he's right on this one,
Nico added, taking me completely by surprise. Thanks a lot, I said, with even more sarcasm, just in case he hadn't picked up on it the first time. I was only a few feet away by that point, and Nico hadn't taken his eyes off me the whole time I'd been walking. His expression was still serious, and I had no idea what he was thinking. I came over here to give you a hug and tell you goodbye, and you're going to tell me I don't look good?
I never said that,
he said.
Obviously, the opposite is true, Cody said, which is exactly why you need more clothes on.
You boys need to stop, Charlotte yelled from where she was standing across the way. Her outfit's adorable. I helped her pick it out. You two are just being protective.
What's wrong with that?
Cody asked, defending himself. I ignored the conversation Cody and Charlotte were having and continued staring at Nico, who hadn't, even for a split second, taken his eyes off of me. I guess this is goodbye, I said to him with a regretful smile. He shook his head.
I'm going,
he said. What? Cody and I both asked at the same time.
I was planning on going anyway,
Nico said.
That's what I'm talking about,
Logan yelled, letting his hands come together with a loud clap to show his enthusiasm about Nico's change of heart. I could barely breathe at the thought that he might come with us. Chapter 10.
I thought you had to work,
Cody said, looking at Nico with a confused expression.
I can take care of it from the party,
Nico said. He regarded seriously and said,
Your friend gets cell phone reception at his house, doesn't he?
He had a straight face, but it was obvious that he was being sarcastic. I nodded in answer to his question, even though we already knew it.
It's settled then,
Nico said.
I can work from her friend's house.
He glanced at Logan.
I'd like to change if you guys can wait 5 minutes. Do it, bro,
Logan said, thrilled by the idea that his best friend would be coming with us. Logan attracted quite a bit of attention every time he went out, and Nico always knew how to help him handle it gracefully. It was for this reason that Logan had gotten used to having him around in social situations and preferred it that way. Of course, I loved the fact that Logan was encouraging him to come. I was so excited about the change of events that I had to work hard to stifle the huge smile that threatened to cover my face as I watched Nico disappear into the house to get dressed. During the conversation we had while waiting for him, Cody almost changed his mind about going as well, but ultimately decided that he needed to stay home with Paige and the kids. He made sure Evan knew to look out for me, which made the rest of us give him a hard time about being so protective. I couldn't understand what had gotten into him. My outfit wasn't really that revealing. And besides, I was a grown woman. I had my own apartment and made my own living. It wasn't like Cody or Evan escorted me everywhere when I was back home in Charlotte. If anything, I could get in more trouble back home than I would at Travis's. I thought maybe Cody was just acting that way because we were on vacation and we were all together. I tried not to overthink it or let it annoy me. I gave my brother a big hug and assured him I'd be fine once he made his final decision to stay behind.
All right,
Nico said a few minutes later when he came back onto the deck. He was wearing dark jeans and a shirt I hadn't seen on him. It was a light green button-down shirt with a subtle plaid design. It was fitted, but he had the sleeves rolled up and the top button undone, making it more casual. He had run a comb through his hair, and he must have put on some cologne because he looked and smelled like $1,000,000. I couldn't believe it was the same guy who ran upstairs a few minutes before. My heart skipped a beat as I took him in. He had obviously been in a hurry because he was still working on getting his sleeves rolled up when he came outside.
A little overdressed, don't you think?
Cody asked. No, Charlotte said emphatically, taking up for Nico. You could tell by her tone that she was also accusing Cody of being rude when she said it.
It's all right,
Nico said.
I know I look good.
You do look good, Charlotte said, taking up for him. He did. He looked so good I wanted to go stand right beside him, so close that he had no other choice but to put his arm around me. I wanted to hug him and never let go.
Let's go,
Logan said, reaching out to take Rachel by the hand.
My heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour as we walked down to the beach. Logan and Rachel were holding hands, as were Charlotte and Cub. That left Nico, Evan, and me in our own little group, trailing behind. I was between them until Evan came up behind us, putting his arms around each of our shoulders as he positioned himself in the middle.
"I'm glad you decided to come," he said to Nico. "There's gonna be tons of single ladies there, and I need a wingman since these two went off and got married." "Oh, yeah?" Nico asked, not sounding very amused. "Yep," Evan said proudly. "You're gonna be glad you came once you see all the beach babies Mia's boyfriend invited."
He's not my boyfriend, first off, and second, you're just being weird, Evan. And how do you know who he invited? I added with a sharp look at my brother.
"Because I went to the last one," Evan said. "Nico's gonna love it. It'll be just like all the parties he goes to out west."
You been to a lot of parties out west, Evan? Charlotte asked from a few paces in front of us, giving Evan a good-natured hard time.
"No, but Nico has. I'm sure he can teach me a few things about getting a lady you just met to come home with you."
Charlotte glanced back at Evan with an expression that said she was wondering what got into him. I don't think Didi would appreciate y'all bringing girls home anyway, she said.
"Oh, come on," Evan said. "You have to let me learn from the master." "That's good, Evan,"
Nico said as we walked. I wasn't entirely sure what he meant by that, but it made Evan stop acting a fool, and I was grateful for that. I knew Nico had a bit of a reputation, but the last thing I wanted to do was imagine all of the parties he had been to out in California and all of the girls he had brought home from those parties. I certainly didn't want to think about him taking someone home tonight. Travis had a huge bonfire going at his property. We could see it from quite a ways off as we approached. When we got closer, we noticed that there were 8 or 10 people standing around it, but none of them were the host, so we bypassed the bonfire to head for the backyard. The area between the shore and Travis's house was more wooded than Didi's, and we had to walk down a narrow wooden pier through some shrubbery to get to his backyard. At one point in the path, there was a gate with a big, burly man sitting in a chair nearby. I knew he'd be sitting out there, and I had moved to the front of the pack so I could talk to him. He recognized me, and we had a brief, cordial conversation before he let us in. I had to forget about Nico. I continually told myself that as we came into Travis's backyard. He was leaving in the morning, and even if he wasn't, he had made it perfectly clear that he wanted to remain friends with me. I had spent the entire week giving him opportunity for more, and he never took me up on it. It was exactly this thought that propelled me across Travis's backyard, onto his patio, and into his arms. I didn't throw myself at him or anything, but I definitely gave him a hug and smiled really big like I was excited to see him. Travis kissed me on the cheek and told me how beautiful I looked, which did nothing to calm my nerves. I could barely even take in what he was saying. I was glad I wasn't being forced to do anything that required a steady hand, because I was shaking like a leaf with nerves and adrenaline. The music was loud, which only added to the general feeling of chaos stirring inside of me. I felt wrong pairing up with Travis while Nico was standing so close, but I reminded myself that it was better this way since he would probably be pairing up with someone else before long anyway. I glanced at him just to see if he was affected by my proximity to Travis, but he wasn't even looking at us. I could only see his profile. He was staring at a group of people on the other side of the swimming pool, wearing a serious expression. There were more guests there than I expected. Not as many as there had been the first time we came to his house, but still more than I thought. I guess your guest list got out of hand, I said to Travis in a teasing tone.
"Isn't that how it always happens?"
he said, smiling and hugging me back like he was happy to see me. I was relieved for the warm reception, even though it felt kind of wrong.
"Who'd you bring with you?"
he asked, since everyone who had come with me had gathered around. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot you didn't know everybody, I said.
"I know these 3,
Travis said, leaning forward to shake Logan, Evan, and Charlotte's hands one by one. Charlotte introduced him to Cub, and Logan introduced him to Rachel, and Travis got a kick out of learning that they were siblings who ended up marrying siblings, We joked about that for a minute before Travis asked about Nico, and they shook hands. As they were greeting each other, Logan identified Nico as his best friend from back home, and this got them off on a whole conversation about California. Nico spoke to Travis when spoken to, and he came across as nice enough, but I could tell he was bothered. He smiled and talked and did all the things a gracious party guest would do, but he only looked at Travis when he had to, and he barely looked at me at all. We stood there talking to Travis for 5 minutes or so before Evan put his arm around Nico's shoulders and said,
"It was nice talking to you guys and everything, but me and my bro are going to take off and see if we can talk to a few of these beautiful ladies." "I don't blame you one bit," Travis said. "I'd be doing the same thing if any of them were as lovely as your sister."
This made Evan laugh loudly and clap Travis on the shoulder a few times like he was proud of him for saying something so nice.
"So he's okay?"
Nico asked Evan with a slight gesture toward Travis.
"I'm sure he is,"
Evan said in a way that said he wasn't even quite sure why Nico would ask a random question like that.
"That makes no sense,"
Nico said with a frustrated expression aimed at my brother.
"What makes no sense is me and you standing around here like we have nothing better to do."
Evan paused and looked at all of us with a huge smile.
"We'll catch up to you guys in a little bit,"
he said, offering high fives to all of us. And just like that, he and Nico were gone. I tried not to watch as they made their way across the backyard in the direction of the beach. I assumed they were going back to the bonfire. I couldn't stand it. Watching him walk away made me want to do something crazy, like jump in the pool so that he would be forced to dive in and rescue me. I felt like I was in some sort of alternate reality. I should have been thankful that the handsome, rich party host was paying attention to me, but thankfulness was not in my list of emotions at the moment. We told Travis that Rachel and Cub had grown up in Africa, which led to us talking about how impressed Cub would be by all of Travis's gadgets. This made him offer to give us the grand tour so that he could show off some of his newest, coolest things. Logan got some of the movie star attention he was used to as we were walking around, but most of the guests were too rich and proud to rush up to him like someone on the street would do. Most people just acted like they didn't recognize him, which was fine by us. We spent a half hour or so going through the house and all of its cool features before Travis had to excuse himself to speak with some other guests. I assumed he was going alone, but he said he wanted me to come with him, and I did so without much coaxing at all. Travis introduced me to what seemed like 50 people while we mingled around his house and patio. They all seemed wealthy and important, but none of them were Nico, and I couldn't help but look for him as we walked around.
"It looks like your brother found Claudia,"
Travis said. "Huh?"
"Your brother,"
he repeated, laughing a little.
"Somehow he and his friend managed to find a seat at the table with Claudia. She's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model."
I glanced in the direction he was looking to find that Evan and Nico were sitting at a table with some other people, and all of them were girls. Every girl at this party looked like a swimsuit model, so I had no idea who this Claudia was. It didn't matter. I felt infuriated that Nico was content to be over there talking with them instead of hanging out with me like he should have been doing. Where had the week gone? And why was he leaving in the morning? Why was he over there spending his last night talking to random strangers instead of me? "I'm not feeling very good," I said.
"You okay?"
Travis asked with a concerned expression aimed at me. The sight of Nico laughing and chatting it up at the table made me feel sick to my stomach, but I honestly hadn't realized I complained about it out loud until Travis responded. "Not really," I said, grabbing my stomach. I don't know if it was something I ate or what, but my stomach hurts all of a sudden.
"Can I get you anything?"
he asked.
"I'm sure the bartender has some ginger ale."
I shook my head. "I'm probably gonna head back," I said.
"Are you sure?"
Travis asked.
"I'd hate for you to leave so early."
I continued to steal glances of Evan and Nico interacting with the girls at their table, and I felt more and more overwhelmed by the second. "I'm just not feeling good," I said, shaking my head.
"Can I arrange a ride for you?"
he asked sweetly. "It's okay," I said. "I'll see if my brother will walk back with me."
"Are you sure?"
Travis asked, looking really concerned. I nodded. I'm fine, I just have an upset stomach. Walking might help.
I would offer to walk you home, but
It's fine, I said, cutting him off. I know you can't leave. Chapter 11. Nico. A little earlier that night. Nico had not been planning on going to the party that evening. He really didn't want to see Mia all dressed up and flirting with Travis. It had been hard enough getting through the week pretending not to be interested in her. He liked Cody and Evan, and he respected that they wanted to protect their sister. But he was fed up with the two of them watching his every move. It was his intention to stay behind and not even expose himself to the temptation. That was a good plan and all, but it didn't work out once he saw Mia come downstairs in her little white outfit. He was literally incapable of stopping himself from going with them. Before he knew what was happening, he had changed clothes and was on his way to the party with the rest of them. His feelings for her had not diminished during the past week. If anything, they had multiplied, which only served to add to his confusion. All week long, he dealt with the mental struggle of wondering if he was doing the right thing. Part of him knew that Cody and Evan's concerns were valid, but the other part of him thought maybe he could be the one to make her happy. Right when they got to the party, Evan drugged Nico away from the rest of the family, saying he wanted to go scope out the situation with the single ladies. Nico had no interest whatsoever in doing that, and would have no doubt refused. But Mia looked so happy to see her friend that he decided to give her some space. He needed to cool down anyway. He felt like he wanted to have a knockdown, drag-out fight with Evan and Travis and anyone else who wanted to come between the two of them. He was so frustrated that he had to take a minute to breathe before he even spoke to Evan.
no one's going to talk to us with you walking around looking like you want to murder someone,
Evan said as they walked away from Mia and across the backyard.
How is it that you're on board with that dude having his hands all over your sister, but you freak out on me if I barely say her name?
Evan took a few seconds to consider his response before answering.
First of all, I don't freak out on you. You guys have spent a lot of time together this week, and none of us have ever freaked out. And second, I'm fine with her being around Travis because nothing's gonna happen. She doesn't care about him. She's known him for 2 years and nothing's happened. How do you know that? You're definitely not watching them as closely as you watch her when she's with me.
I thought we already went over this, Evan said, patting Nico on the shoulder like they were old buddies.
Remind me what we said,
Nico said impassively as he pulled his shoulder away.
Mia can't be trusted with you. We all see the way she looks at you, and it's not even close to the way she looks at Travis. Not even the same ballpark. You say the word and she throws herself at you. Maybe I want to say that word, Nico said. That's the part we already went over, Evan said. She throws herself at you, she gets her heart broken, and then everything gets ugly from there. What makes you so sure I'm going to break her heart, Evan?
They were almost on the beach by that point, and Evan stopped and put a hand on Nico's shoulder with a smile.
You're gonna be okay, Evan said. You're just having trouble thinking straight because you saw her in those shorts. If you could have a conversation with straight-thinking Nico right now, he would tell you that I'm right. You'll have all those movie stars and Laker girls and whoever else you take home waiting for you out there in Hollywood. All you have to do is get through tonight. Nobody's heart gets broken, and we all stay friends and go back to our lives the way they were. What if I don't want my life the way it was?
Evan smiled.
Straight-thinking Nico would never say that. How do you know that? Because I follow your Instagram, bro. I see the selfies with the women out in LA. There's never the same one twice.
Nico shook his head.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Evan laughed casually and clapped him on the shoulder again as they started walking toward the bonfire.
Just be strong and get through tonight, he said. I believe in you.
Evan did his best to find the prettiest women at the party in an effort to lure Nico away from his sister.
He started talking to a particularly fine-looking group and was pleasantly surprised to learn that one of them was a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. He thought this would be right up Nico's alley and would certainly do the trick. She had dark hair and looked similar to Mia in some ways, so Evan thought this would be a sure bet. They stayed out by the fire for a while, talking to the girls. Nico was naturally charming and a good conversationalist, but Evan could tell something was switched off in his brain. It was like he was looking at the girls but not really seeing them. Like he was hearing them, but not really listening. The girls had no idea this was the case. They were like putty in Nico and Evan's hands. If Nico hadn't been so wound up over Mia, he and Evan could have had their pick from any of them. It was too bad neither of them felt like letting anything happen. Nico was too busy thinking about Mia, and Evan was too busy thinking about how he was going to keep Nico away from Mia. In spite of their disinterest, the swimsuit model and her friends wanted to continue hanging out. They invited Evan and Nico to come with them to the house so they could all get a refill on their drinks. Travis had a really nice patio area near the pool, and after a visit to the bar, the group made themselves comfortable at one of the tables in the far corner near a fire pit. They talked about travel, and Evan told stories from his adventures chasing whalers all the way down to Antarctica. Nico laughed a lot, but mostly it was just a delirious laugh at the absurdity of his situation. He and Evan were surrounded by gorgeous women, and all he could do was think about Mia. He looked up to see that she was approaching their table with a somber look on her face. He sat up a little straighter, staring back at her with great concern.
"What's the matter?"
he said before she was even close enough to hear. "Nothing," Claudia answered, thinking he was talking to her. Nico pointed at Mia, who was approaching them by that point.
"What's the matter?"
he repeated, hoping she was close enough to hear that time. Mia had been looking at Nico the whole time she walked, but she shifted her attention to Evan when she spoke. "I just wanted to let you know I'm gonna head out," she said to her brother. She put a hand to her stomach. "I'm not feeling my best."
"What's the matter?"
Evan said. She shrugged one shoulder and gave him a forced half-smile. "I'm fine. I'm just a little queasy or whatever. Probably something I ate." She pointed toward the house. "I'm sure Logan or Charlotte are ready to head out anyway."
"If you're leaving, I'm leaving,"
Nico said, pushing back in his chair as if he was about to stand up. Mia put a hand out to stop him. "Y'all stay," she said, shaking her head and smiling a little. "I can see you're having drinks or whatever."
"I'm not having any drinks,"
Nico said. "I heard Logan Ritchie was here," one of the girls at the table blurted out, even though no one had spoken to her, and it had nothing to do with anything. Obviously, she had heard Mia mention Logan's name and could no longer hold in her comment. Mia looked at the girl who said it. She could feel the blood rising to her cheeks as she realized how beautiful she was. She hated her for sitting at the same table as Nico looking so pretty. She wasn't a big fan of confrontation, but she was mad enough to snap. "Logan Ritchie is here," she said with a straight face aimed at the girl. "With his wife." "Sorry," the girl said, with a hand in the air in a submissive gesture. Her face was contorted into an expression that said she thought Mia was way overreacting. "It's no problem, don't worry about it," Mia said, pretending to take the girl's apology seriously. She then looked at her brother since she couldn't bear to look at Nico. "Anyway, you two can stay and finish up. I'm sure the others are ready to get back."
"I'm ready to get back,"
Nico said as he stood up. Mia made eye contact with him, and when she did, her chest and stomach seized up. She was officially crazy about him. Her body reacted in crazy ways she didn't even understand. The desire she felt toward him was crippling. Her knees felt like they might actually give out from under her. Nico looked at the girls sitting around the table.
"It was nice meeting you,"
he said.
"But I'm gonna head out with Mia."
Evan reached out to put a hand on Nico's arm as if he was going to try to talk some sense into him.
"She said Charlotte and Logan would walk home with her if you want to stay."
Nico lifted his elbow sharply in a slightly violent gesture that said he did not appreciate Evan's hand on him.
I said I'm leaving with Mia, bro,
Nico said, staring down at him with an expression that dared Evan to say more. It was with great difficulty that Mia refrained from smiling. She had to bite the inside of her lip to do it.
I thought we were gonna hang out a little while longer,
Evan added. Yeah, me too, one of the girls said in a pouty tone.
Mia's our sister,
Evan clarified, glancing at the ladies. They all smiled as if relieved by the news.
She's not my sister,
Nico said. He continued to look at Evan, shaking his head at him during an awkward, tense pause.
That's enough, Evan. What do you mean that's enough?
Evan asked, acting surprised to see Nico getting upset.
You know what I mean,
Nico said. Nico's patience was wearing thin. That was apparent by the way he looked at Evan.
I don't really care what you decide to do, but I'm leaving with Mia.
He glanced at the girls as he began walking around the table in Mia's direction.
It was nice meeting you,
he said with a smile and a wave aimed at the girls. Mia looked so vulnerable standing there that he wasted no time crossing to her. He took her straight into his arms, holding her tightly. He felt her relax into his grasp the second his arms were securely around her. She sighed and wrapped her arms around his waist, causing some sort of primal instinct to rise up in him. Like he would kill anybody who ever tried to hurt her. He would do it gladly and with his bare hands. In the few seconds that he held her, he didn't even remember they were at a party. He had wanted to wrap his arms around this girl for days, and now that it was finally happening, he hated to let go. She gave him a little squeeze before pulling back enough to break contact. She glanced at him with a smile, but it was somewhat guarded. He wished he knew what she was thinking.
I guess I'm gonna head back with you guys, Evan said, putting a hand on Nico's shoulder from behind. Why don't you go ahead and stay?
Nico insisted.
I'll see that Mia gets home.
The two gentlemen shared a silent exchange during the next few seconds.
We might as well all go, Evan said. Mia's right. Charlotte and Logan are probably ready anyway.
Chapter 12. I don't know what I expected to happen when I went to Evan and Nico's table to tell them I was leaving the party early, but I certainly wasn't thinking I'd wind up wrapped in Nico's arms. I was shocked at how quickly he stood up from the table and crossed to me, taking me into his embrace the second he was close enough to reach out and grab me. I went willingly, and before I knew what was happening, I wrapped my arms around him as well. The sensation of relief was so great that I felt like I was on the verge of bursting into tears. I made myself let go of him and take a step back, for fear that I might do just that. We looked at each other, and I smiled at him, hoping he didn't notice that I was experiencing an earth-shattering reaction to his touch. As I stood there, my arms still remembered what it felt like to be wrapped around his body. He was solid, and I was able to feel the bumps and indentions of his muscular body, even through his shirt. I heard deep voices as he and Evan had an exchange. It vaguely registered that they were talking about who was going home and who was staying, but the hug had left me so dazed that it took me a second to catch up to their conversation. Nico seemed pretty insistent on leaving with me, which was all I cared about. The crowd had grown since our arrival, and the next thing I knew, we were making our way through it in search of my cousins. It hadn't been that long since I left them, so I had a rough idea of where they'd be. I led Nico and Evan to the living room, and we had no trouble finding them. Everyone was worried about me at first, but I explained that my stomach was okay, and I simply felt like leaving. I thought they might be disappointed, but everyone seemed relieved to get back and said they basically came for me in the first place. The 7 of us set out for the beach so we could walk on the shore back to Dee Dee's. We made our way through the gate and past the bonfire before coming to a stretch of beach that was lit only by moonlight. It was in this near darkness that Nico reached out and took my hand as we walked.
He brought my hand to his chest and held it there securely. The gentle way he pulled my arm and held onto it caused me to have to walk closer to him. My shoulder rubbed against his side as he held onto my hand with both of his. I felt so happy my heart could just burst. For a few seconds, I was walking by Nico's side while he held on to me like he might never let me go. For a few seconds, all was right with the world. Right up to the point when my idiot brother jumped in front of me, planting his feet firmly in the sand. I had no other choice but to stop walking, and it was a good thing I did because I almost ran straight into him. The crazy thing was that not only did he randomly jump right in front of me, but he also landed with his back toward me. He was hunched over, and he stared over his shoulder at me with a big smile. It was a crazy-looking pose to go with a crazy thing to do, and I scowled at him, ignoring his smile. "What's wrong with you?" I asked. Nico had also stopped walking. He was standing next to me, and I was happy to find that he hadn't let go of my hand.
"Jump on,"
Evan said. "Me?" I asked, looking at him like he had lost his mind.
"Yeah, you,"
he said, still smiling at me from over his hunched-over shoulder.
"I'll give you a ride back to the house."
I took a step forward with every intention of walking around him and perhaps giving him a stiff push to the shoulder while I was at it.
"You said you weren't feeling well, so I was going to give you a ride back to the house,"
Evan said. "Aww," Charlotte said, thinking it was a sweet gesture. The whole group had sort of slowed down when Evan jumped in front of me, but we began walking slowly again once I stepped around him. Nico hadn't let go of my hand the whole time.
"I think she's fine walking,"
Nico said. "I'm fine walking," I agreed.
"You sure?"
Evan asked.
"She's good,"
Nico said. His tone wasn't aggressive or anything, but it did get across the point that Evan really shouldn't mention it again. I glanced at Nico, and we shared a conspiratorial smile at the way Evan was behaving. The exchange caused him to pull me closer, wrapping one arm around my shoulders as we walked. It took another 10 or 15 minutes for us to get back to the house, and he held me close the entire time. I didn't look at him as we walked. I just stared straight ahead, fixated on the sand and the water. I couldn't see him, but I could smell him and I could feel him, and the level of comfort that gave me was unexplainable. I was disappointed when we got back to the house because I knew it would all be over soon. We'd been talking and joking around the entire time we walked. Rachel was talking about their dog, Samson, and how he'd fallen madly in love with Charlotte and Cub's dog, Tess. She joked about getting them a doggy tux and wedding dress to let them get married, and we were all laughing about that as we walked up to the staircase that led to Dee Dee's back deck. The California group would be leaving first thing in the morning, so we had already decided to sit in the downstairs living room and watch a movie before we went to bed that night. That's how it always happened when we were together. Our time would be almost over before we knew it, and then we'd all want to stay up late so we could squeeze out every last second.
"We'll meet you guys up there in just a minute,"
Nico said as everyone started ascending the staircase that led to the house. Evan had been walking right in front of us, and that statement made him turn around to look at Nico. The others continued up the stairs, but Evan stayed at the bottom with Nico and me. They stood there and stared at each other for long enough that I knew there was some sort of silent exchange going on.
"We'll meet you up there,"
Nico repeated after several long, intense seconds. Evan shifted his attention to me with what looked like a mixture of warning and regret. I honestly had no brain capacity to try to figure out what he was communicating with me. My brain was completely focused on the fact that Nico wanted to hang back with me. I had no idea what he would say or do. Mostly I hoped he would kiss me, but in the same second I had that thought, I warned myself not to get my hopes up. Evan turned around and started walking up the steps, but he was very reluctant about it. I wondered why in the world he was making such a big deal out of it, and I shot a confused expression his way, even though he was turned and could no longer see me. Evan was almost all the way up to the deck when Nico stepped onto the staircase. He sat on the third step with his knees propped up onto the first step. I stood close by, watching to see what he'd do next. As soon as he was sitting, he reached out to grab my hand. He pulled me closer, and I went with no resistance whatsoever. It was like I was being drawn to him by magnetic force.
"Come here,"
he said. The sound of his voice hit my ears in such a way that a wave of desire washed over me. I felt all of a sudden like my bones had turned to liquid, and I was in danger of collapsing. "Where?" I said, giggling a little as I clumsily tried to decide whether I should stand on the stairs next to his feet or go ahead and sit on his lap. He positioned me onto his knee, wrapping his big arms around my waist as he rested the side of his face in the area between my shoulder and chest. He took a long breath in through his nose and let it out slowly. I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew by the sound of relief in his sigh that they were closed. I reached up with one hand cupping it around his ear to let him know how much I loved having his head right there over my heart. We sat there for what must have been a full minute, enjoying the relief that came with finally being in each other's arms. I knew he was as relieved as I was. I could tangibly feel it radiating off of him, and I was sure he could feel the same from me.
"I've been wanting to do this all week,"
he said, after we sat like that in silence for a long time. "Why didn't you?" I asked. Another extended pause happened before he answered.
"I don't know,"
he said finally.
"I just didn't."
His head was still resting at the top of my chest, and I absolutely relished the feel of it. I ran my fingertips over the closely cropped hair above his ears, feeling almost numb and out of body with the sensations created by finally being able to touch him and hold him near me. He sighed again.
"I don't think I'm good enough for you, Mia,"
he said thoughtfully. I didn't respond right away, but he didn't continue, so I said, "Why are you saying that?" He shook his head but didn't answer verbally. I started to ask the question again, but before I could, he picked up his head so that he could look at me. Because of the way I was sitting on his knee, we were eye to eye. I might have even been a little taller than him. His arms were still wrapped around my waist, and our faces were about 10 or so inches apart.
"How are you feeling?"
It wasn't until he said that I remembered I had a stomachache. "Better now," I said, smiling and glancing down shyly.
"Mia,"
he said with a slight squeeze. I glanced at him. "What?" I asked when he didn't continue.
"Kiss me."
A gut-clenching ache washed over me at the sound of his voice saying those words. It was so overwhelming that I physically cringed from it.
"What?"
he asked, noticing my reaction. "Nothing," I said. I just was feeling like I was riding a roller coaster for a second. His face morphed into a grin at my words. Watching his mouth turn upward into a smile was like true magic. He was the most handsome creature I had ever seen. I wanted to smash my face next to his and wiggle it until we became one person, stuck together for life by the face. It was so irresistible that I pulled back just far enough to free my hands so that I could put them on each side of his face. "I think you're pretty cute," I said, since I was unable to come up with anything better than that. I wanted to say, "You're the love of my life, and I've known it since I was in 2nd grade," but obviously I didn't. His smile widened at my comment, and I could feel the movement of his cheeks under my palms.
"I think you're pretty cute, too,"
he said.
"But you're stubborn."
"What?" I asked, pulling back to stare at him with a light-hearted, offended expression.
"You are,"
he said, staring at me sideways. "And what makes you say that?" I asked, enjoying the feel of his stubble under my fingertips as I held his face gently.
"Because I told you to kiss me like 5 minutes ago, and you're being really stubborn about it."
That was like 5 seconds ago, and I'm not being stubborn about it.
"Then what's it called when I ask you to do something and you sit here refusing to do it?"
"Scared," I said. My voice came out sounding as vulnerable as I felt. He studied me with his light green eyes. Even in the dark, I could appreciate their intensity.
Don't be scared of me, baby girl,
he said. I smiled. That's easier said than done. He squeezed me.
Why?
Because I like you, and sometimes liking someone is scary.
Well, then I'm scared of you too,
he said. Nico? I asked, dropping my hands from the sides of his face. He made a disapproving noise that made me look at him.
I liked your hands right there,
he said.
Don't go taking them away.
I smiled as I put my palms on his face again, but this time I allowed myself to really touch him, letting my fingertips gently explore his hairline and ears and jaw. I could see his chest rise and fall out of the bottom of my eyes, and I smiled internally since I knew he was enjoying himself. I could feel the ocean breeze and hear the sounds of waves crashing as we sat there staring at each other. I wanted to freeze this moment in time.
What were you going to say?
He asked. What do you mean?
You said my name like you were about to tell me something.
I tried to think back, but I couldn't remember. I don't know, I said.
You were probably about to say you love me,
he said. I giggled, since what else was I supposed to do at a statement like that? I was not, I said honestly, even though it totally would have been the truth if I had been about to say it. He smiled and shrugged confidently.
You were probably gonna tell me you were about to kiss me then.
Chapter 13. My hands were still holding Nico's face when he told me he thought I was going to kiss him. It was an open invitation, but I still couldn't bring myself to do it.
Mia?
Yeah? He gave me a stomach-flipping smile.
I'm waiting.
I'm scared, I said.
Of what?
He asked, furrowing his eyebrows. I took my hands off of his face and ran them over the top of his head, letting them come to rest on the back of his head. Of everything and nothing at the same time, I said.
It's just a kiss,
he said, smiling and relaxing into my grasp like he enjoyed the feel of my hands on the back of his head. I came really close to saying, it's not just a kiss to me, because that's how I felt. But instead I just smiled back at him.
You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen,
he said with a sweet half-smile aimed at me. I'll bet you've seen a lot of beautiful things, I said, feeling shy. He shook his head almost imperceptibly. I could only tell he was doing it because I was holding on to his head.
Not like you,
he said. I was thankful for the darkness because his sincerity had me blushing. I probably think you're sort of beautiful too, I said, glancing down since it was a ridiculous statement. What, I'd like to know, happened to my English-speaking skills when I was around this guy? I was so embarrassed that I let my hands fall from the back of his head, letting them come to rest on his shoulders.
Mia,
he said, causing me to look at him again. His light eyes shone in the moonlight, and I stared into them.
Put your mouth on my mouth, baby girl.
It wasn't a request. It was a command, and the sound of it coming out of his mouth left me breathless. I drew in an unsteady breath as I continued to stare at him. I was scared to death, but I leaned toward him with every intention of letting my lips touch his. He noticed my movement and leaned forward as well, meeting me in the middle. Our lips touched with spine-tingling tenderness. 1, 2, and then 3 times before he pulled back no more than an inch. They were still almost touching when he said,
I'm gonna do that again.
Uh-huh, I whispered breathlessly, wishing he would go ahead and do it already.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it differently this time,
he said with his mouth still only an inch from mine. Uh-huh, I whispered again, even though I wasn't sure what he was talking about. He took one of his hands from around my waist and ran it over and then behind my ear, letting it come to rest on the back of my head. I let out a tiny little whimper at the feel of it, and he smiled at the sound. Without another word, Nico brought his mouth to mine. He used the hand on the back of my head to pull me toward him, and I opened my mouth to him instantly. He let his tongue dip into me, and I tilted my face to the side in an effort to let it go deeper. He knew what I was doing, and I felt his grip on the back of my head tighten as he deepened the kiss even further. Another whimper escaped my lips as he pulled back, and the sound made him kiss me again. No kiss in the history of the universe had ever felt like this one. A week's worth of pent-up frustration came out as he kissed me like I was his and nobody else's. He started to pull away, and I bit at his bottom lip for an extra second before letting him go. He must have been the best kisser in the entire world because I couldn't imagine anything feeling better than that. Our mouths were created to come together. He stared at the ground and rubbed his eyebrows as he cleared his throat. We were both struggling to regulate our breathing. Our chests were both rising and falling as we tried to calm ourselves down.
Baby girl, I might have to put you in my luggage,
he said. And just like that, the spell was broken. The stark reality that he would be leaving in the morning set in, causing my heart to drop. It dropped and shattered like a heart-shaped piece of glass hitting the pavement. I swallowed hard, but otherwise tried to seem unaffected. I don't fit in duffel bags, I whispered.
How about Charlotte's suitcase?
He said, giving me a smile that was laced with regret. I shook my head.
One of Logan's movies is on HBO,
we heard from the top of the stairs. I knew it was Evan speaking before I ever looked up.
He's not gonna want to watch that,
Nico said without turning to look at Evan.
It's one Rachel and Cub haven't seen, and they want to watch it, he said. They already talked him into it. It's getting ready to start. We'll be there in a second,
Nico said. We should go, I whispered once Evan walked away. Nico nodded reluctantly.
I guess we should,
he said. I got to my feet, and Nico did the same. We were standing on the stairs when he reached up and gently pulled the little tiara from my head. The feeling of it running up the sides of my head gave me the chills, and my shoulders wiggled as I took a shuddering breath.
I'm keeping this,
he said. You can't, I said. It's Ryan's. He shrugged.
I'll buy her 100 of them,
he said.
This one's mine.
Nico gripped it in his hand in such a way that said it was a done deal as he smiled at me and turned to walk up the steps. He reached back to hold my hand and make sure I was following. We walked into the house still holding hands, but I let go once we crossed the kitchen and were approaching the living room. Evan, Logan, Rachel, and Cub were sitting around on couches and in recliners. I'm going upstairs to shower and change, I said.
Charlotte's up there doing the same thing, but she's probably done by now,
Cub said. Nico decided to come with me, but only to grab some pajama pants and a t-shirt out of his bag. He said he'd use the downstairs shower and meet me in the living room once I was done. The bathroom door was cracked open, so I cautiously went inside once Nico was on his way back downstairs. Knock, knock, I said, barely opening it some more. Come in, Charlotte said. I'm done in here. I opened the door to find that she was fully dressed and standing in front of the mirror with a towel wrapped around her head. She leaned toward the mirror and wiped underneath her eye as if making sure she had washed off all of the makeup. I set my clothes on the counter next to her, and she turned to face me. I didn't know until I looked at her that she was wearing a wide-eyed expression. Is he up here? She whispered, pointing at the open door. I shook my head. He's downstairs. What happened? She asked. What do you mean? I asked. What do you mean, what do I mean? She asked with an incredulous expression. What happened just now when y'all stayed outside? She paused and glanced down at my mouth. And where did your lip gloss go? I instantly shifted to stare at myself in the mirror, touching my mouth in the process. Charlotte giggled quietly as she pushed at my shoulder. I'm just messing with you, she said. But did you kiss him? Probably,
I said, regarding her through our reflections in the mirror. She continued to stare at the side of my face with a smile. He was about to judo flip Evan for butting in, she said. I was about to judo flip Evan, I said, smiling and shaking my head. I don't know what's wrong with him. He's just being a protective older brother, Charlotte said. I don't know how many guys Logan ran off when I was younger. Yeah, but I'm not younger, I said. I was about to add that I didn't want anyone running Nico off, but I kept that part inside. He'll always be your big brother, she said. I guess. Are you coming downstairs to watch the movie? She asked as she grabbed her cosmetics bag and handful of dirty clothes. Yep, I said. I'll meet you down there. I showered and brushed my teeth and hair, braiding it loosely over one shoulder just to keep it out of my way. I knew I would want to get comfortable while watching the movie, so I grabbed a pillow and blanket before heading downstairs. The movie had already gotten started by the time I made my way down. Nico was sitting in the corner of one of the sectional sofas with his feet propped out on one side. We made eye contact, and he patted the seat next to him. Why don't you get us some popcorn and M&Ms while you're up? Logan asked, teasing me as I came into the room. Why don't you get up and get your own? Nico said. Neither of them had been serious, so I didn't bother responding. I just smiled as I crossed the room to sit next to Nico. I put the pillow and blanket beside me and settled into the space next to Nico. I was sitting cross-legged, so my knee came into contact with his leg. He reached out and placed his hand on my knee, letting it rest there. I could feel the warmth of it through my pajama pants. We sat in this position for the first half of the movie. We gave Logan a hard time about a few parts being far-fetched or about using a stunt double, but we all knew what a gifted actor he was, and we're just messing around. We teased him because that's just what you do when your cousin acts in movies and you're watching one of them on HBO. We were about halfway through the movie when I moved so that I could position the pillow where I had been sitting. My plan was to lay my head near Nico and stretch my legs out on the other side of the sectional. By the time I got ready to lie down, I noticed that Nico had taken my pillow and repositioned it behind his own head. He was propped up with his hand behind his back like he didn't have a care in the world. You took my pillow, I whispered where no one else could hear. This? He asked, leaning forward just slightly and wearing a surprised expression. This is mine. What am I supposed to use? I asked. Nico smiled and reached down and patted his stomach, indicating that I should rest my head on him. I smiled back and shook my head, giving him a "you're impossible" glare, even though I loved the idea of using him for a pillow. I snuggled up in the blanket and rested my head on his side. Can you see? He asked, repositioning his knees. I nodded, even though half of the TV was obstructed by the armrest of the couch. I didn't care. I was too tired and comfortable to worry about watching the movie anyway. Nico put his hand on my head and absent-mindedly ran his fingers over my hair. It was near the end of the movie when I finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 14. I had all these plans floating around in my head for how our goodbye would go the next morning. I thought we'd sleep upstairs, and I'd hear them when they got up to start getting ready. I imagined the possible scenarios in my head. I pictured myself being sleepy and sitting up on the couch with my blanket wrapped around my shoulders while they got their things together. Then I'd go downstairs with them and wave goodbye from the front porch, all with the blanket still wrapped around me. I thought of the conversation I'd have with Nico. Everyone else would be around, so it would be difficult to say anything too sentimental, but we'd find a few seconds to share a short, whispered conversation in which we would talk about having no regrets, or something else equally as appropriate for the moment. I had the whole scene worked up in my head, which was why it was so disorienting when I woke up downstairs with the California crew nowhere to be found. She's up, I heard Ryan say the minute I opened my eyes. I blinked, feeling disoriented. Hey, Aunt Mia, Ryan said cheerfully as she came to stand in front of me. We had to whisper till you woke up. You did? I asked sleepily. What time is it? Ryan glanced toward the kitchen with a confused expression. What time is it? She yelled, startling me.
I sat up on one elbow as I tried to gather my wits and remember what I wanted to say to Nico before he left. Ryan, Diane, you were supposed to let Aunt Mia sleep, Paige said, coming to stand at the foot of my couch with an apologetic expression aimed at me. What time is it? I asked her, sitting up more fully. 8:30, she said. I sat straight up and looked all around the living room and into the kitchen. Evan was sprawled out in a recliner. Dee Dee and my parents were at the table, and I could see my Uncle Dave on the deck, but none of the California crew were there. And why would they be, since they had to leave at 8 o'clock? I swallowed hard at the idea that they were already gone. I was already frustrated enough that our goodbye would be rushed, and now I realized there would be no goodbye at all. I looked at Paige. Did Logan and them leave already? I asked, hoping against hope that I had been wrong about the time. She nodded from behind her coffee mug. They left before 8, I guess. Ryan and I came down here just in time to see them off. Everybody said to tell you goodbye. I smiled, but it wasn't genuine at all. I felt sick knowing that Nico was on a plane headed to the other side of the country. Ryan reached out to run her fingers through my hair. It got stuck in a tangle and pulled, and I didn't even flinch. She tucked it behind my ear, and I gave her a sleepy smile. Did you have fun at your party? She asked. I sure did, Peanut, I said. I spoke in an exaggerated, sleepy tone to disguise my disappointment. Did the people like your crown? A stab of heartache hit me at the mention of the tiara, which was in Nico's duffel bag on its way to California. They sure did, I said, trying to smile at her even though I wanted to cry. Talk about waking up on the wrong side of the bed. This was officially the rudest awakening I could have imagined. I never in a million years expected that he'd just be gone. And why had he left me sleeping downstairs all night instead of waking me up to go upstairs with him? Or had he stayed down there with me? So where is it? Ryan asked. She was so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed that it was impossible not to smile at her. Where's what? I asked. My crown, silly, she said. She reached up and patted the top of my head as if to make sure it wasn't hiding under my hair somewhere. I instinctually reached up and touched my head as well. I think I might have to buy you a new one of those, Sweet Pea, I said. You do? She tilted her head at me with an expression that said she was wondering what in the world could have possibly happened. You want some coffee? Paige interrupted as she was walking off toward the kitchen. Thank you, but I'll get up and get it in a second, I said. I focused on Ryan again and smiled sleepily as I patted the seat next to me on the couch. I had to give your tiara away last night, but I promise I'll buy you a new one. Did you have to give it away to someone who didn't have one? She asked with the sincerity of someone who was talking about me giving food to starving children. I nodded. Yep, and he was very thankful. You gave it to a boy? She asked incredulously. I hadn't even noticed that I said he until she reacted, and I giggled at her shock. Why did a boy want it? I don't really know, I said, speaking quietly in a hint for her to do the same. He just wanted it. Who was it? She asked. Who was it? It was, one of Logan's friends. Nickelodeon? She asked. Probably, I said. She thought that was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. She fell back onto the couch, giggling her head off. Why would Nickelodeon want to wear my tiara? She asked. The whole time she spoke, I was urging her to be quiet. Shh, shh, I said, patting her knee and leaning over to whisper in her ear. We don't need to tell everybody I gave it to him. Why? Would he be embarrassed? She asked with a serious expression as she sat up. I nodded. Because boys aren't supposed to wear tiaras, she whispered. Her face was so intent that I couldn't contain a smile. I don't think he wanted to wear it, I said. As soon as I said it, her face scrunched up. Why did he want it then? I didn't know what to say, so I said, because he thought it looked pretty on me. And he wanted to give it to his girlfriend so she can look pretty too? She asked. My heart dropped. What girlfriend? I asked, wondering if she'd heard him say something. She shrugged with wide eyes. I don't know, but who else would he want to give it to? His mom? I smiled and sighed, wondering how I'd gotten this deep into a crazy conversation right when I woke up. I think he just wanted to keep it, I said, since she was still waiting for my answer. To give to his next girlfriend? Yep, I said, even though it gave me a stomachache to hear that and agree with it. I thought you were going to be Nico's girlfriend, she said. I turned to look down at her when she said it, and she stared up at me with a sweet, adorable smile. Why do you say that? I asked. Paige came to stand behind me, handing me a cup of coffee. Thank you, I said as I took it from her. I didn't take a sip right away, but it felt comforting to hold a hot cup of liquid. Why did you say that? I asked, focusing on Ryan again once Paige walked off. Because I just did, she said. I wanted her to say more, to tell me everything she had ever thought about Nico or me or us as a pair, but that was all her attention span could handle. Evan woke up in all his favorite Uncle glory, and she hopped off of the couch so she could run to the recliner and into his arms. I sat on the couch, drinking my coffee for the next few minutes while everyone hustled and bustled around the living room and kitchen. I was overwhelmed by how sad I felt that he was no longer there. I knew his departure was coming, but I honestly hadn't expected it to be that hard for me. I thought back to all the other times I had fallen for him on a trip and then been forced to say goodbye, but this one felt different somehow. This time, I was convinced he liked me back just as much as I liked him. This time, I thought for sure there would have been a heartfelt goodbye and maybe even plans to talk to each other again. I decided to go for a run in hopes that the physical excursion would clear my mind. I was just about to get up and get dressed when Evan came to sit next to me on the couch.
You were out like a light last night,
he said, leaning back. Why didn't y'all wake me up? I asked.
I wanted to, but Nico wouldn't let us, he said. Were you uncomfortable down here?
He wouldn't let you do what? I asked.
You fell asleep on him, and he said he'd sooner take me outside and skin me alive than wake you up and tell you to go to bed.
I smiled. He said that? Evan smiled.
Not in those words, but basically.
So he slept down here with me? I asked. Evan nodded and pointed to the nearby recliner.
And I slept right there just to make sure he didn't try anything.
Why didn't they wake us up before they left? I asked. He shrugged.
I slept too.
He paused and looked at me with an earnest expression that was rare for someone as easygoing as Evan.
Please tell me he didn't hurt you,
he said. My stomach was already in knots, and for some reason Evan's words made it worse. I was hurting, but not in the way Evan thought. Or maybe it was the way he thought. I was too confused to know, really. Either way, I felt like I wanted to cry.
Did he?
Evan pressed, looking perturbed by my hesitation. No, Evan, of course not. Why would you even ask something like that?
Because I see how you are with him, Mia. And then he sits you down on the stairs and kisses you and probably makes you all sorts of promises he can't keep just so he can...
Evan trailed off, not wanting to say what Nico could do. So he can what? I asked, feeling blood rise to my cheeks.
I just don't want him hurting you.
He's not, I said. He's gone, and I'm fine with it, I added, even though it was a blatant lie. And he didn't make any promises, I added. We were quiet for a minute before he said,
You don't need to mention to Cody that I let you sleep down here.
I regarded him with a "why would you even say that" expression that made him smile.
Cody doesn't want you having anything to do with him, and I was supposed to keep an eye on you last night.
He paused, shaking his head.
He'd kill me if he saw what y'all were doing last night on the stairs.
I gasped and pushed at my brother's shoulder. Evan, Michael. I really hope you weren't spying on me.
I wasn't until I went out there to tell you guys the movie was starting.
I shook my head at him. Well, it's none of yours or Cody's business, I said. He sighed.
I'm just glad he's gone.
I glared at him. I was in no mood to hear such a thing. Well, I'm not, I said stubbornly.
That's the problem exactly.
There's no problem, I said, standing up. Nothing happened, he's gone, and I'm fine. End of story.
Good,
he said.
Good talk.
I shot him an overly sweet, fake smile as I threw the blanket onto the couch. Good talk, I agreed sarcastically. I walked upstairs feeling numbly disoriented and ticked off at the same time. Part of me wanted to collapse onto the couch upstairs for a whole day, and part of me wanted to put on my running shoes and take off running until I felt better, which might be a few years straight like Forrest Gump. I opted for the running shoes, knowing I'd be better off breaking a sweat than hiding under the covers all day. Chapter 15. I ran for what must have been a few miles before turning around. I did a lot of soul-searching as I ran. I don't know how many times I had to remind myself that Nico lived in California and I lived in Carolina. By the time I was done sweating it out, I had come to one simple conclusion. Trust God, period. If it wasn't meant to be with Nico, then God had something better waiting for me. I made a conscious decision to have faith in that, even though my brain couldn't fathom anyone being better for me than him. Evan, Cody, and Paige, along with a few others, were down at the beach when I got back, so I stayed with them, swimming and making sand sculptures. We were planning on leaving the following afternoon, so it was our last full day. Ryan reminded us of that every time one of us mentioned abandoning the sandcastle in favor of heading to the house. It was afternoon by the time we went inside for lunch, and since I hadn't eaten breakfast, my stomach had been growling for at least a few hours. I didn't have much of an appetite, but I pretended to enjoy half of one of my dad's famous grilled cheese sandwiches. It was nearly 2 p.m. when I went upstairs to check my phone. I had been so discombobulated by Nico's departure that I hadn't even looked at it all day. I took it onto the third-floor balcony, assuming I'd have a few emails and texts to read. I almost stopped breathing when I looked at the screen and saw that I had a missed call from Nico earlier that morning. I had other missed calls and texts, but I completely blocked them out once I saw Nico's name. You might be wondering how I had Nico's information programmed into my phone. And the answer is that Charlotte gave me his number one time when I was visiting LA and we thought we might need to call him for a ride. I had never contacted him, and he had never contacted me, but I had carried his number around with me for years. My stomach was churning as I pressed the appropriate buttons to listen to his message. Well, I pressed almost all of the appropriate buttons, at least. I had one last button to push, and I stood there with my thumb hovering over it as if it might detonate some bomb. Do it, I said out loud, even though I was talking to myself. I did it. I pushed the button and held the phone to my ear.
Baby girl,
I heard his deep voice say, making me instantly gooey inside.
I did not want to leave you without saying goodbye, and I'm so sorry it worked out that way. Denise and Rob assumed we set an alarm, so by the time they got downstairs and saw that we were still sleeping, we only had about 5 minutes to grab our stuff and get out the door. I wanted to wake you up, but there just wasn't enough time. I'm coming! He yelled all of a sudden in an annoyed tone as if someone was urging him to hang up. It startled me, and I pulled the phone away from my ear for a second. Mia, I don't know what to say, other than I'm sorry, and I wish we had more time. I'll call you again once we land in LA. He paused and sighed as if unsure of what to say next. Take care, okay? I'll talk to you soon. I heard the familiar beep that meant that was the end of the message, and I pulled the phone from my ear as I stared blankly at the expansive ocean in front of me. I smiled and bit my lip, imagining how rushed they must have been to get out of the door that morning.
I still hated the fact that he was gone, but his message made it a little easier to swallow. I looked at the clock on my phone to see what time it was. It read 2:24, and I wondered where Nico was at that very moment. They must be in California by now. Logan had to be back for some event, which was why they had to leave early in the first place. They were flying on a private jet, and I had heard them mention a number of times, this year and in the past, that it was a 5-hour trip. If their flight left at 8 o'clock this morning, I stopped and ticked off the hours one by one on my fingers. That meant they were in LA by now. I checked for another message. I thought he said he would call once they landed in LA, and I felt a pang of disappointment that I hadn't heard from him again. I listened to his message again. Not only did I love the sound of his voice, but I also wanted to double-check that he had promised to call me when they got to California. He did promise. He said he'd call again once they landed in LA, and my heart sank, wondering if and when I'd hear from him again. I took a deep breath and told myself to calm down. After all, they had probably only been there an hour or so, and they likely had tons of stuff to do when they first got back. I had 2 texts and 2 voicemails from Charlotte, so I took a look at those. The texts had come in an hour before, and both of them said I should call her. She must have gotten tired of waiting, because 5 minutes after she sent the texts, she called. I pushed the buttons to listen to her first voicemail and put the phone to my ear. Mia, it's Charlotte. We're home. I just wanted to give you a call to tell you. I'm not really sure how to say this, but, well, I don't know what went down with you and Nico, or if it had anything to do with it. But something happened with him on the flight home. My heart sank when she said something happened. My brain automatically went to some type of disaster. Maybe that's why he hadn't called. I paced the balcony as I continued listening to her message. Like I said, I don't know if it has anything to do with you or not, but on the way home, he started asking us about beep. The message cut off abruptly, and the beeping noise startled me. I obviously wasted no time getting to the second message she sent. My hands were shaking, and I was breathless as I pushed the buttons to listen. Sorry, I got cut off, were her first words. Anyway, I was trying to say that Nico started asking Mom about God on the trip home. He was really sincere, and he seemed to understand that he'd been missing something. She paused and sighed. It was really special, and I'm thankful I got to be a part of it. I could tell by the sound of her voice that she was tearing up just talking about it. For goodness sake, I was tearing up just listening to the message. I just thought I'd call and let you know, she continued. Like I said, I'm not sure if it had anything to do with whatever's going on between you guys, but I wanted you to know. Call me when you get this. I love you, and I had fun this week. Okay, bye. The phone beeped again, and I took a deep breath as I stared blankly at my feet, or the chair, or whatever was in front of me. I took a few seconds to stop my tears and calm my nerves before calling her back. She picked up on the second ring. Did you get my message? Was the first thing she said when she answered. Yes, I said. That's so awesome. It was, she said. He was really chill about it, like Nico is, but he's the one who brought it up. We all started talking to him about it, and before I knew it, his life was changed just like that. That makes me want to cry, I said. She laughed on the other end. Oh, you should have seen me and my mom. We were crying like little babies. That's amazing, I said. It was probably the last thing I expected her to say when she called, so I still felt slightly dazed by the news. Ultimately, I knew it was the best thing that could have happened for him. But unfortunately for me, it only made me want him even more. As if he wasn't tempting enough before this, now he had salvation working in his favor. I let out a long sigh at the thought. What's wrong? She asked when she heard me. Nothing, I said. That's awesome news. I know, I'm so happy for him. Me too, I said. Have you talked to him? She asked. He left me a message this morning to say he was sorry for not saying goodbye. She laughed. That was crazy. My dad was ticked about us forgetting to set an alarm. I'm glad y'all made it in time and had a safe trip, I said. I wanted to ask where Nico was right then, but I didn't.
I figured he'd call if and when he was ready. I love you, she said, and I'm glad we got to hang out. I love you too, I said. I had fun. Me too. I'll talk to you later, okay? Okay, I said. Thanks for calling and letting me know. Of course. Bye, Mia Beans. Have fun tonight. She hadn't called me Mia Beans since we were kids, and it made me smile. I will, I said. Love you. Love you too. I hung up the phone and sat in a nearby patio chair with a sigh. That was a crazy bit of news to follow a crazy emotional day. Obviously, I was happy for him. But hearing the news was sort of bittersweet for me since it only made me miss him more. I immediately started thinking about when I could plan a trip out west for a visit. I thought maybe I could make it happen within the next few months. I wondered if he would even want that, or if he would get home and be swept away with his life and forget all about the connection we had. I let my head flop onto the back of the chair, closing my eyes as the bright sunlight hit my face. I stayed like that for 10 or 15 minutes before heading inside. I kept my phone in my pocket just in case Nico tried to call, but he never did. I figured he might have had to go with Logan to whatever event they had to get back for, and that he would call when he could. The rest of the afternoon passed quickly, and before I knew it, we were going out to dinner. We ate at one of our favorite family-style Italian restaurants, laughing and telling stories about things that happened all through the week. More than once, I was tempted to bring up the news about Nico's newfound faith, because I knew Dee and my mom would love hearing about it, but I didn't say anything. He still hadn't called me, so I figured it was best to leave the subject alone. Can we please go to Kirk's? Ryan asked, giving her parents puppy dog eyes as we walked out of the restaurant.
No, baby,
Cody said.
We have to get home so your mom can feed Izzy.
She can feed her at Kirk's, Ryan said, smiling like that idea would solve everything. Cody shook his head.
You don't need to go out for ice cream. We have some chocolate at home. We might even have some ice cream there.
We do, Paige said. Yeah, but not a banana split, Ryan said.
Ryan, don't beg,
Cody said in a fatherly tone.
We just had a nice meal. You need to tell Dee thank you for the spaghetti.
I could go for a banana split, I said, since that's just what aunts were supposed to do in this situation. Cody shot me a please don't look as Ryan cheered. I'll take her, I said. It's Saturday night. You guys can head back so Paige can feed Izzy, and Evan and I will take Rye in the Subaru to Kirk's. I could go for some ice cream, Dee said. Everyone else went back to the house, but Dee rode with Evan and me to Kirk's to get ice cream with Ryan. We had already been there 2 other times that week, but it was one of our favorite places, and this was our last night, so it was our duty to go again. Ryan got a whole banana split all to herself. We just made her promise to stop eating before she got a bellyache so we wouldn't get in trouble with her parents. Dee and Evan both ordered a sundae, and I got a strawberry milkshake. I sipped on it, but I had an unsettled feeling in my stomach, wondering why Nico hadn't called. I knew it was silly for me to worry about it, but knowing it was silly and actually forgetting about it were 2 different things. I told myself I'd hear from him tomorrow, and if I didn't, then I'd send a casual text so that things wouldn't be awkward. Chapter 16. Nico. For the first time in his life, Nico Torres was straight with God. One of the downfalls to being born rich, handsome, and intelligent was that it was almost more difficult to understand the need for God in your life. But being around the Hunt family all week made Nico realize he was, indeed, missing something he couldn't provide for himself. He had a heart-to-heart with Denise and the other Richies on their way back from Myrtle Beach, which gave him a greater understanding of what he'd been missing. It seemed odd to him that confessing and believing could be such an easy process, but it was, and he did it with no shame or regrets. They were flying in a private jet that Logan had chartered, and were just about to land at LAX when he made another decision. This one was about Mia. He felt so terrible about leaving without saying goodbye to her that, while they were traveling, the words sort of just randomly came out of his mouth for no reason at all. There was about 30 minutes to go before their arrival in Los Angeles when he said, "I feel sick about not saying goodbye to Mia." He hadn't even meant to say it, but he was literally feeling physical symptoms from it, so it came out of his mouth unwittingly. "Why don't you just go back?" Charlotte asked. Nico sent her a look like she must be crazy for saying such a thing. "What?" she said, giggling at his face. "They're still at the house till tomorrow. Why don't you just go back and tell her goodbye if it's bothering you so bad?" Nico stared at her unflinching expression, wondering if she could possibly be serious.
"I have a huge closing on Monday," he said.
She shrugged. "It's just Saturday. You could turn around as soon as we get to LA, go tell her goodbye, and easily be back in California for Monday." The corner of his mouth turned up as the idea sunk in. He couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it himself. The sick feeling he was experiencing vanished the instant he made up his mind. He had to get back to her, even if it was only to give her a decent goodbye. It took some major shuffling, but Nico found a flight plan that worked for his schedule. He would hop on a commercial flight from LAX to Charlotte. There was one scheduled to depart just a half hour after they touched down. Then, for the short trip from Charlotte to Myrtle Beach, he would charter a small private jet. It would cost him an arm and a leg, but at this point, there was no other choice. Money was no object. His itinerary had him arriving in Myrtle Beach at 7:15 that evening, and he would fly home the next day at noon so that he could get back for work on Monday as planned. This would give them the chance to have a decent farewell and talk about when they could see each other in the future. Because honestly, not seeing her in the future wasn't an option. There was no way to be certain about how it would all work out, but Nico knew he needed to see more of Mia than just on the occasional family trip. He rented a car at the Myrtle Beach airport and drove it to Dee Dee's beach house, feeling like he was in a haze after doing so much traveling. He expected to find the whole family there when he arrived, but instead he found an empty house. He knew they weren't planning on heading back to Charlotte until the next afternoon, so he was perplexed about no one being there. He had planned on surprising Mia in person, but he almost broke down and called her to make sure they hadn't gone home early. He glanced through one of the windows and could see that their stuff was still everywhere, so he decided to wait for them to come back instead of ruining the surprise. Nico told himself he'd give them half an hour, and if they didn't return, he'd call her. He sat in a chair on the front porch in an expectant position, with his elbows resting on his knees as he answered a few work emails. He absolutely couldn't wait to see her. The feeling of relief he had from simply knowing they were in the same town was undeniable. It was just after 7:30 when a few cars pulled into the driveway. Nico stood on the front porch and watched as the family got out of their vehicles and approached the house. There were a lot of them. Willow and Andy, and their kids, Dan and Dave, and their wives along with Cody, Paige, and the baby. There were plenty of people headed toward him, but none of them were Mia. The front porch came off of the main level of the house, which meant it was set up on piers. Nico could clearly see the whole family from his higher vantage point as they approached, and it was clear that Mia was not with them.
"Where's Mia?"
he asked. All of them looked at him when he spoke.
"What are you doing here?"
Cody asked. "I thought she left this morning," Christy added in a sweet but curious tone. Nico waited until the family came onto the porch to respond. Dave and his side of the family greeted Nico warmly, but went on into the house as if assuming Nico would follow them. He stood against the rail, waiting for Mia's side of the family to ascend the stairs so he could talk to them before heading inside.
"Where's Mia?"
Nico repeated once Cody came up the stairs. Paige unexpectedly reached out and hugged Nico when she passed him. "I'm glad you're here," she said. "I know Mia's going to be excited to see you." He felt relieved at her statement since somewhere inside he feared she had gone back to Charlotte, or she wouldn't want to see him, or both. Paige reached out to take the car seat from Cody. "I'll let you boys talk and I'll take Isabel inside to eat." Christy did the same thing when she came up the stairs. She reached out to hug Nico, although hers wasn't accompanied with any news about Mia. He was dying to know where she was. Dan, Christy, and Cody let the door close behind Paige and the baby and stayed on the porch to talk to Nico.
Mia and Evan took Ryan to get some ice cream, Christy explained sweetly. They should be back in just a little bit.
I thought you were on a plane to California,
Dan said jovially as he clapped a hand on Nico's shoulder.
I was,
Nico explained.
but then I got on another plane that was headed back here. Forgot something?
Cody asked.
Yeah,
Nico said, looking straight at him. Nico sighed as if he was contemplating what he should say next.
Listen, Cody, I know you're just looking out for Mia or whatever. I have 2 younger sisters, so I understand completely. But I'm not gonna let you tell me I can't be with her.
The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds. You told Nico he couldn't go out with your sister? Christy asked.
I told him he doesn't deserve her, which he doesn't,
Cody said, still staring at Nico. Cody Hunt, Christy said. That's not nice at all.
What's not nice is that Mia gets her heart broken every time she sees this guy,
he said, gesturing to Nico. Nico held his hands up in a gesture of surrender.
I'm not here to hurt Mia,
he said.
It's the opposite, in fact. I love her, and I'd do anything in my power to see that she doesn't get hurt.
He paused, but continued before Cody could say anything.
If anything, you're the one hurting her by telling me to leave her alone. Cody, that's ridiculous,
Dan said.
How would you feel if someone tried to tell you that you couldn't be with Paige?
Cody shook his head.
They wouldn't. I wouldn't let that happen. Exactly,
Dan said.
It's not the same,
Cody said.
I'm good to Paige. I don't cheat on her. What makes you think I'm going to cheat on Mia?
Nico asked. The question made Cody give him an incredulous look that Nico returned.
Son, you can't go around ordering your sister's life around,
Dan said.
You're the ones who always taught us about being with someone who loves God, Cody said,
trying to turn it back on his parents.
He just doesn't have the same values we have.
Dan put his arm around his wife and kissed her on the forehead. They smiled at each other before focusing on Cody again.
Cody, when I met your mother, she was not the same woman you see in front of you right now. Where do you think Evan gets his wild streak? Mom was wild?
Cody asked with a skeptical expression.
As wild as they come,
Dan said.
What are you saying?
Cody asked.
I'm saying that nobody's too far gone to experience change and forgiveness. Not that it's any of your business,
Nico interjected, staring straight at Cody.
But I'm good with God now. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I understand forgiveness, and I'm definitely not looking to hurt your sister.
Christy Hunt let out a whimper and sank her face into her hand. It wasn't until Nico looked at her that he could see that she was tearing up. That's so sweet, she said in a high-pitched tone as Dan squeezed her and hugged her shoulders.
He's right about it being none of your business, Dan said, looking at Cody. I'm glad you love your sister and you're looking out for her, but that's really not your job.
Christy sniffled and wiped at her eyes before reaching out to give Nico a big hug. He hadn't been expecting it, so he came across as a little stiff at first, but he wrapped his arm around her, patting her on the back.
If you hurt her, so help me,
Cody said, crossing his arms in front of his chest like he wasn't yet convinced.
So help me if you hurt her, Cody,
Nico said.
What do you mean by that? I'd never hurt her. You're hurting her by keeping her from me,
Nico said. Christy let out another whimper and squeezed her eyes shut as she sank her head into her hand. Dave and Denise didn't want your father with me either, she whispered through the tears. They said I wasn't right for him and it wouldn't last. They did everything they could to discourage me from going out with him.
And look where we are,
Dan said, holding his wife of 30 years by the shoulders. Cody let out a resigned sigh as he stared at Nico. They shared some extended eye contact where a lot of words were exchanged in silence.
I love her,
Nico said, finally. Another wheezing wail came from Christy's general direction as she continued to cover her face.
I can't predict exactly what will happen in our future,
Nico continued, still looking at Cody since Dan and Christy seemed to be on board.
but I would do anything in my power to make her happy. It would make me happy if someone with my intentions wanted to marry one of my little sisters, if that makes any sense.
It makes perfect sense, Christy said, smiling as she wiped at her eyes. She pointed at her son. You need to apologize, she said. Cody gave her a look of someone who was wrongly accused.
Me?
Yes, you.
I was just trying to protect my sister, he said. That's not your job, Dan said. At least not in this capacity.
Cody sighed and regarded Nico as if trying to work up the nerve to say he was sorry.
I apologize for butting in,
he said with a hand extended for Nico to shake. Nico reached out and shook it.
Hey, I'm glad she has you to look out for her.
A smile crossed his face.
She just doesn't need to be protected from me.
He hesitated.
Maybe she needed to be protected from the old me, but she definitely doesn't need to be protected from me now.
Christy squealed with delight and hugged Nico again. I can't believe you came all the way back.
I can't either,
Cody added, teasing him. Nico reached out and punched Cody's shoulder, and Cody laughed and shook his head as if he might just deserve it.
I'm gonna go down to the beach,
Nico said.
Send her down there when she gets home, if you don't mind.
We will, Christy promised. Chapter 17. I was standing over Ryan's shoulder watching her lose tragically at Pac-Man when my phone started ringing. I had been on high alert waiting for Nico's call, so it only took me about half a second to get the phone out of my purse. The word Mom was written across the screen, and I tried my best not to be disappointed about it. Hey, Mom, I said, putting the phone to my ear. Hey, honey, where are y'all at? Kirk's, I said. She didn't respond right away, so I said, Why? Because I think Cody's anxious for Ryan to get home, she said. It's getting close to her bath time. I pulled the phone away from my ear just enough to glance down at the clock. It's barely 8 o'clock and it's Saturday night. Tell Cody to just chill for a few seconds. You know how they have a routine, she said. I know, but we've only been here for like 10 minutes. It won't kill her to take her bath a little later one night. Did you even order yet? Mom asked. Yes, Mom, we're done with our ice cream. Ryan just wanted to play a couple of video games. Well, I think you should probably be getting back. I let out a groan. Dee Dee's not even finished with her sundae yet. Tell Cody we'll come when she finishes. All right, but don't be long and come straight home. Yes, ma'am, I said with only the slightest sarcastic edge. Okay, bye, she said. Bye. I put my phone in my purse and glanced at Dee Dee with wide eyes. Who was that? She asked. Mom, she said Cody's in a hurry to get Ryan home. Evan overheard me saying that and made a disapproving noise.
Doesn't he know a girl needs to party on Saturday nights?
He asked, tickling Ryan, who wiggled and giggled on her stool, but kept playing the game. Well, we shouldn't disobey Daddy, Dee Dee said, scraping the last morsel of sundae out of her cup.
We can disobey for one more game,
Evan said as he pulled the last of his quarters out of his pocket. Ryan beamed at him and took the coins out of his hand before feeding them to the machine. We took a long cut home just to teach Cody a lesson for being so uptight about bath time. Dee Dee wasn't on board with our plan, but Evan and I were both stubborn like that. And what was an extra 5 minutes anyway? The whole family was downstairs when we arrived, and everybody looked at us like they'd been anxiously awaiting our arrival. What took y'all so long? Mom said from the kitchen. Nothing, I said. I looked at my brother, who was sitting on the couch with his feet propped up like he didn't have a care in the world. She's gonna be all right if she takes her bath 5 minutes late, I said.
He shrugged and looked at me like I was a lunatic. I got a whole banana split, Ryan said.
She didn't eat the whole thing, Dee Dee assured everyone.
Almost, Ryan said.
We were all standing by the front door taking off our shoes, and I shot her a conspiratorial glance, which made her smile.
It wasn't very big, though, she said.
Do you remember Logan's friend Nico? My mom asked randomly, coming to stand in the open space between the living room and the kitchen. My heart stopped beating when I heard his name. I stopped breathing.
Do I remember him? I asked, staring at her as if she must be kidding. He was just here in the house with us.
The whole family was staring at me, and I could feel my face turning red. Did you like him? My mom asked.
Christy, don't put the poor girl on the spot, Dee Dee said.
She and Evan both stepped in front of me to make their way into the house, but I just stood there in the entryway, unable to move from the onslaught of random questions from my mom.
What?
I asked, even though I had clearly heard my mom.
Did you like him?
My dad asked, adding to the already surreal situation. I looked at both of them with what must have been a comically confused face, because they both smiled.
Do you want to see him again?
Cody asked. I threw my hands in the air.
What kind of question is that?
Do you?
He asked.
Does it matter?
Do you?
Y'all are trippin',
I said, stepping around Ryan with every intention of heading upstairs to get out of that room full of crazy people.
Don't go upstairs,
my mom called.
I'll be back down in a little bit, I said.
No, she said. Stay down here. I think she needs to go to the beach, Paige said. I looked around at the room full of people, and all of them were staring straight at me.
What's going on? I asked.
You have a visitor, my mom said. I glanced at her, waiting for her to continue. In those seconds, in spite of all the Nico talk that had just taken place, I honestly assumed she'd say Travis had stopped by to see me.
I'm not really in the mood, I said, glancing out the back door onto the deck.
Probably better that way,
Cody said. He looked at Mom and Dad.
I'll just go out there and tell him she doesn't care to see him.
No, my mom said as if the thought made her sad. She looked at me. Do you not want to see him? She asked.
Travis?
I asked. It was that moment that it occurred to me that they could be talking about Nico. My heart was now beating 1,000 miles an hour, and all the blood that had rushed to my face had now left it. There was absolutely no way that could be true. Charlotte told me with her own mouth that he had been on the flight back to California with them.
Who's Travis?
My mom asked, looking at Cody with a slightly concerned expression.
That guy in the White House with the lion statues.
Mom looked at me. Do you like Travis? She asked.
No, I said.
Do you like Nico? I groaned and rolled my eyes like my family was being ridiculous and impossible, which they were.
You've got a visitor out there on the beach waiting for you,
Dad said.
He came a long way, and he's been waiting a while, so you better get out there,
Cody added.
Is it Nickelodeon?
Ryan asked. She twirled around, totally unable to see the absurdity in her question since he was clearly in California.
Yep,
Cody said. What? I asked.
I said, yep,
Cody said.
Yep to what?
Yep, that's who's waiting for you on the beach.
I tilted my head at him. Who?
Nico,
he said.
My Nico? Logan's Nico? The Nico who is at this house?
He nodded with an amused smile.
Nico from California.
He nodded again.
Is here?
Another nod.
At this house?
Nod.
At this beach?
Still nodding. I pointed toward the back of the house in the general direction of the ocean.
Are you telling me that if I walk out that door right now, Nico will be out there?
Cody's smile broadened at my excitement. Paige was standing right behind him, and she was nodding with an excited expression when I glanced at her.
You promise?
I asked, shifting my attention to my parents.
I got nods from both of them as well. You swear? I asked, looking back at Cody and Paige. More nods, all nods. Are they serious? I asked Andy and Willow's section, who had been silently watching the whole thing. Smiles and nods came from that area as well. I'm gonna go out to the beach, and if y'all are kidding me, you're gonna be in the worst trouble you have ever been in your whole lives, I said. Go, Paige said. I knew by the way she said it that she was anxious for me to get going. I took off running the instant I realized they were telling me the truth. I still couldn't understand how it could possibly be true, but I knew by the looks on their faces that they weren't lying to me. I took off running, but there was a small problem. My brain was moving faster than my body. This made for a clumsy exit where I hit my shin and hip and other various body parts on furniture and other household obstacles on my way out. Slow down, my mom said, giggling as I ran past her. I vaguely heard Ryan say she wanted to come with me, and everyone yelled to tell her she couldn't, but I didn't glance back. I opened the sliding glass door and ran onto the deck without bothering to close it behind me. I had never in my life flown down a set of stairs like I flew down the ones that led from the deck to the sandy path below. It was by some miracle that I made it down them safely because I seriously flew. I mean that in the most literal way possible without actually sprouting wings. I felt a gliding sensation as I went down them. I think I might have taken about 3 stairs at a time. The path that led to the beach was stretched out before me, and I ran down it like I was an Olympic sprinter. I was breathing heavily when I made it out to the open beach, but Nico was nowhere in plain sight. There were several people standing around talking when I looked toward the right. They were a ways off, but I recognized them as the people who owned the property next to ours, and I instinctually waved at them. One of them pointed at me as I started to look away, and I did a double take when I saw who it was. Nico. It was Nico. He was standing with the group of people I recognized as our neighbors, smiling straight at me. My feet were stuck. I could not for the life of me get them to move, even though my brain was already over there standing right next to him. My hands went up in a "what in the world are you doing here" pose as my feet stayed firmly planted in the sand. He smiled and threw his hands up in the same manner before waving at the neighbors and heading in my direction. My knees were weak, and I was already out of breath from my journey from the house, so it took me a few seconds to get going. I was so out of it that it felt a bit like I was wearing a shell made of stone that I had to break out of before I could move. Nico was wearing a huge smile as he strode toward me with long, confident steps. The neighbors had gone back to what they were doing and were no longer paying attention to us. Not that it would matter, since I really didn't care what they were doing. "Am I dreaming?" I yelled as I finally started walking toward him. His smile widened and he shook his head, continuing to walk toward me. "Are you here?" I yelled, starting to jog. We were both moving quickly, and the gap between us grew smaller and smaller by the second. Watching him walk toward me with every intention of catching me in his arms when we made it to each other was just about the most glorious sight I had ever seen. It had been the most surreal 5 minutes imaginable, and it was culminating in a scene where I ran into his arms. It also happened to be twilight at the beach, which only added to the dreamlike nature of it all. Nico caught me in his arms just like I knew he'd do. I ran straight into him, trusting that he'd be able to withstand the impact. He laughed when he caught me, spinning me around one time since my momentum had been so great when we made contact. I held onto him tightly for several seconds before he put me on my feet. I pulled back to stare at his face just so I could be certain that it was actually him. He smiled down at me with his unmistakable green eyes framed with dark lashes. My eyes roamed over his perfect face, from his eyes, down the straight line of his nose, to that curved mouth with the little indentation above his upper lip. I watched as the corners of his mouth stretched upward in a breathtaking grin.
"You okay?"
he asked, smiling sweetly at me. It was only then that I realized how heavily I was breathing. "Fine," I said, smiling at him. "I just ran from the house in about 3 seconds," I said. I glanced down at my side for a second before looking at him again. I think I might have injured myself, I'm not sure. This made him laugh. His chest shook as he held me tight.
I hope not,
he said. Probably gonna be a few deep bruises all over my body, and I think I got about 10 splinters on the way down the steps. I'm not really sure how I got down here. I think there might have been a magic carpet involved. He could tell by the way I was smiling that I was fine, so he smiled back at me like he was entertained by hearing how quickly I ran out there to meet him.
All that to come out here and see me?
He asked, smirking at me. I couldn't help myself. I reached up and put my hand on his face. The shape of his jaw fit perfectly into the palm of my hand. How did you get here? I asked. He smiled.
On a plane,
he said. Did you go to California earlier?
Was that today?
He asked, staring into space as if trying to remember. He smiled.
Yep, I think it was.
And then you turned right around and came back here?
Pretty much how it went,
he said, nodding in agreement. What are you doing? I asked.
I'm coming to say goodbye,
he said. For a terrible second, I thought he meant a final farewell. But then I realized he meant that he regretted leaving without saying goodbye when he left this morning. You came all the way back here to tell me goodbye? I asked. He nodded, still grinning down at me. Thank God you forgot to set an alarm, I said, since it was the first thing that came to mind. He laughed at that. I thought you had something for work, I said, remembering him talking about it.
I do. I'll make it back in time, though. My flight leaves tomorrow at noon.
So you're spending the night here tonight? I asked. He nodded.
If that's okay.
I put my head on his chest and hugged him tightly. I can't believe it, I said.
And I don't have to wake up early to make my flight,
he said.
I can stick around and give you a decent goodbye.
Chapter 18. Those are two words I wouldn't use in the same sentence, I said. I was standing on the beach wrapped in Nico's arms, and already I was dreading the time when he had to leave the next day.
What words?
He asked. Decent and goodbye. He pulled back and stared down at me with a smile. It was growing darker, but I could still appreciate the color of his eyes. The neighbors had gone inside, leaving Nico and me alone on our stretch of the beach.
I'm not sure those words belong together either,
he said, staring down at me with a loving smile.
I've never felt that way, though,
he continued. What way? I asked.
Like I hate goodbyes.
I'd be mad, too, if forgetting to say it caused me to come all the way back over here when I just got home.
Saying goodbye didn't make me do that,
he said. I shot him a curious glance. You said you came because you didn't get to say goodbye, I said. He made a face that said I should know better.
That was just an excuse to come see you again.
I figured he wanted to see me, because why else would he come all this way? But hearing him say it plain as day like that made a familiar jolting sensation hit me in the gut. I rested the side of my face on his chest, feeling relieved and somehow complete. I breathed in the clean smell of him and absent-mindedly wondered how he still smelled good after traveling all day. He placed a kiss on my head as he patted my shoulder.
Let's walk for a little bit,
he said. I nodded, and we set off down the beach at a slow pace. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, holding me close to him as we walked. We went at least a full minute without saying a thing to each other. We were on the dry sand at first, but we slowly drifted to the wet sand as we walked. Occasionally, waves would come up far enough to cover our feet. Where are your shoes? I asked when I looked down to see that he was barefoot.
Up by the house,
he said. Did you really fly across the country 2 times today? I asked.
Coast to coast and back again,
he said with a smile in his voice. I sighed and rested my head on his shoulder. Thank you, I said simply. He squeezed me.
Tomorrow's probably gonna be just as hard as today was. But unfortunately, I won't be able to do it twice. I don't have a choice with that closing on Monday. I have to be there.
I know, I said, trying to sound casual even though I was most certainly not looking forward to it. I know a final goodbye is inevitable, but I'm glad we got to put it off a few more hours.
What do you mean by final goodbye?
He asked. I glanced at him with a little smile. The one where you can't turn around and come right back, I said reasonably.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it a final goodbye,
he said, sounding somewhat offended. Oh, how I wished that were true. How I wished I could continue on this sunset walk wrapped in his arms for the rest of my life. It's final for a while at least, I said, still being logical.
Just till I get on another plane, or you get on a plane, or we FaceTime or talk on the phone.
I breathed in a long, unsteady breath at the words that sounded like promises coming out of his mouth. Words such as those made me feel shaky and dazed, like I didn't know what to say next and wouldn't be able to get it out of my mouth even if I did.
Why are you being so quiet?
He asked, pulling back to glance at me. I looked up to see him smiling. It was like a dream. I had been imagining all those years that one day he'd look at me the way he was looking at me right at that moment, and it was difficult for me to comprehend that it was actually happening. I didn't really know how to handle it. Just smile, Mia, and act normal. I smiled. I don't mean to be quiet, I'm just thinking about everything. I smiled again, trying to come across as non-dramatic as possible. I don't want you to feel like you have to make me any promises or anything. He stopped walking and turned to face me, taking my hands in his as he stared directly into my eyes. It was growing darker, but it was still light enough to see each other clearly. We were standing in a place where our feet were barely underwater, but just then a wave came rolling in that went up our shins almost all the way to my knees. Even with this unexpected rise in water, we didn't take our eyes off of each other. Sneaker wave, I said. He smiled at me but didn't respond to my comment.
I'm sorry if you're scared that I don't want to, or that I won't be able to make promises to you, Mia,
he said with an earnest expression.
I hate my past and every poor choice I've made if it translates to making you scared of me. I want to make promises to you.
His expression was so sincere that I had to look away. It was too much for me to handle. All I'm saying is that it's okay that we have to go back to our lives, I said, glancing at him. He cocked his head to the side and looked at me with a confused expression.
No, it's not,
he said.
We're not just going back to our lives how they were.
He tilted his head, still focusing on me intently.
Is that what you think?
I shrugged innocently. Well, that's what I thought, I said. He smiled at me like he thought I was being silly and it was cute. What? I asked.
We're not just forgetting about each other when we get home this time.
He tilted his head again.
Is that what you want?
I mean, I just assumed.
Stop assuming,
he said.
What do you want?
He paused, but I couldn't find my voice.
What do you want to happen with us, Mia?
I smiled, feeling nervous and entirely on the spot. What do you want? I asked, scrunching my face up but still smiling.
I told you what I want. I want you. I want to be with you.
That's sort of geographically difficult, I said, making him smile. He held both of my hands with one of his as he used his other arm to wrap around the small of my back, drawing me close.
We'll make it work,
he said.
What I'm asking is, do you want to make it work?
He stared down at me like it was an honest question. Like he actually didn't know I had been crazy about him for years. Nico, I started to tell him I was wholly devoted, his to do with as he chose, but I hesitated, unable to make such words come out of my mouth. My heart pounded in my chest. Nico, yes, I want to make it work, I said. I just don't want you to feel pressure to. He cut me off.
Stop saying that,
he said.
It just makes me feel worse than I already do. Let me prove to you that I can do this. Don't be scared of me, and don't make excuses for me to get out of the very thing I'm trying to get into.
This is freaking me out, I said, smiling and shaking my head dazedly at him.
What is?
These words we're saying.
Why?
He asked. I stared at him. Because they're perfect, I said. They're better than I wished they'd be. He stood there looking down at me for a few more seconds. I thought he was about to let me go and start walking again, but instead he said,
I don't know exactly how it'll all work out. We'll have to take it day by day. But I know this is it, Mia. We're gonna just have to figure out how we can be together. We'll have to make arrangements.
I reached up to run my fingers through his hair and down near the closely cropped part above his ear. My fingers felt alive when I was touching him, like pixie dust might start flying in the places we made contact. His comment about making arrangements made me think about work. I had already thought about the possibility of working with Nico and knew our skills would complement each other's. We're gonna be able to do some cool stuff together, I said when the thought crossed my mind.
Oh, I'm thinking of so many things we can do together,
he said in a way a player would say it. I giggled and slapped at his chest, even though he was clearly joking around. I meant at work, I said.
I know you did,
he said, grinning down at me.
And you're right. We're gonna build an empire together and whatnot.
He paused briefly and raised his eyebrows at me.
But we're also gonna have a bunch of other kinds of fun.
I don't know what you're talking about, I said, playing innocent. He shrugged.
Kissing's fun, he said. I figure I get the right to kiss you, don't I?
My knees all but gave out from underneath me. It was all I could do to make them hold my body weight. Not only did he have the right to kiss me, but I also wanted him to kiss me right that very second. Was that an option? I guess a kiss is okay, I said, acting nonchalant as I shrugged a shoulder. It probably shouldn't happen on the beach at sunset like this, though.
Why not?
He asked. Because that's a little overboard, don't you think? I mean, it's bound to be breaking some sort of law.
You mean we should tone it down?
He asked. I nodded.
Are you saying it's too good?
He asked. I nodded again. He grabbed me by the shoulders and spun us both around where I was facing more toward the shore rather than the beach.
Is this better?
He asked. He paused and glanced over his shoulder to see my view.
Is it uglier facing that way?
I shook my head regretfully. Too beautiful, I said. Still really surreal and dreamlike. The sun is setting over here. He smiled and reached out to gently cover my eyes. His big hand covered the entire top half of my face, and I closed my eyes and smiled since I didn't care to resist.
How about now?
He said.
Is this better?
I thought about it for a second and finally shook my head.
No,
he asked in a disbelieving tone.
What's wrong now?
I smiled. It's the rightness, remember?
What's right then?
The water hitting my feet. The sound of the waves, the wind hitting my back, and the feel of your hand on my face. I like the smell of it, too, I said, taking in a breath through my nose.
So, we have to go somewhere stinky and ugly? He asked.
I smiled and used one of my hands to gently pull his from my eyes, smiling as I peered up at him. Actually, I don't think the beach has anything to do with it now that you mention it, I said. I think you by yourself makes it too good.
Then it really doesn't matter where it happens,
he concluded. I shrugged. I guess not.
Then this is as good a place as any, he said.
I smiled. Probably better than most.
I'm confused, he said. Is better good or is better bad?
I giggled. I'm confused too.
What am I doing asking permission from a confused person? He asked.
I shrugged again, but didn't otherwise respond.
Mia,
he said, speaking slowly and deliberately.
I'm gonna kiss you right now. And then for the rest of our lives, I'm gonna pretty much kiss you whenever I want, without really asking too much permission, okay?
Okay, I said, nodding instantly. I wanted him to be the one who'd kiss me for the rest of my life. And hearing him say it filled me with an electric type of happiness that had me wiggling and jiggling and unable to stand still.
You're gonna vibrate out to sea if I don't hold on to you,
he said with an amused grin. You're making me do that by saying words like rest of our lives. He took my face in his hands and stared at me.
Mia, I can't imagine having anything less with you. I can't imagine a time when I'd be okay saying goodbye to you without knowing when I'd be seeing you again. I can't imagine moving forward from here without you being part of the equation.
I stared at him, feeling overwhelmed, like I was receiving some gift I didn't deserve. I wanted to say all those nice, committal things back to him, but I couldn't find the words to get them out as eloquently as he did. I felt like the next words that would come out of my mouth, no matter what I tried to make them, would sound like a cave woman grunting. Count me in for whatever equation you're talking about, I managed to say in plain English, thankfully. Chapter 19. Nico and I were standing up to our ankles in the water, and I could not, for the life of me, stand still. I was chilly for one, but the excitement and anticipation added to my wiggliness, and I could do nothing to stop slight movements in my shoulders or feet or whatever body part happened to want to jiggle at the moment.
You are cracking me up,
Nico said, smiling as he scanned me from head to toe. He watched me with an entertained grin as I tried in vain to stand still. I'm cold, I said, even though it was only a half-truth. I thought maybe it was a weird thing to say since it was June, so I added, I just had a milkshake. Nico smiled and pulled me into his arms, rubbing my arms and back in an attempt to warm me up as he held me close. I used the proximity to do something I would have given $1 million to do in the past. My face had landed near his chest when he pulled me in, and I leaned upward to place a kiss on his neck with my mouth slightly open. It was warm and it tasted just barely salty.
Mia,
he said, slowly, as he brought his hand up and put it on the back of my head. The use of his vocal cords caused his neck to vibrate under my lips, which made me smile. The same hand that had been on the back of my neck slid under my chin, and he tilted my face up. We made eye contact just before he leaned in and let his lips touch mine. He was trying to lick his lips just before we touched, but the tip of his tongue clipped my bottom lip just as we connected. I made a little moaning noise, letting him know I thought I got gypped. He was smiling as our lips touched, and I placed kiss after kiss along his smiling mouth. I love this smile, I said in between kisses. That made his smile broaden for a second or two. I felt a crippling wave of desire hit me as we stood there. It was now almost dark, but I could still see his outline clearly enough to know that he was textbook gorgeous. I felt his lips relax under mine as his smile faded. I knew what he was doing by the way he let his head fall to the side. I needed no further coaxing. I opened my mouth to him, and he kissed me deeply. It was the sort of desperate, passionate kiss where our teeth hit together and our breathing quickly became labored. Nico kissed me in a way that conveyed the idea that I was his from there on out. And I kissed him back in a way that said that was exactly what I wanted.
I love you, Mia,
he said, pulling back just a little to stare down at me. His confident smile made me think I had just misheard what I thought he said.
I said it,
he assured me, seeing my confused expression.
You don't have to say it back. I know it's fast, and you weren't expecting me to say it, but I can't imagine anything else feeling more like love than this. So I just thought I'd tell you the truth about it.
He was still smiling when he bent to put a quick kiss on my cheek. I do too, I said, since I was a big dork who wasn't nearly as good at expressing myself as he was.
You do what?
He asked, pretending to be genuinely confused.
I do love you, I said with a silly, wide-eyed glance that said he should stop putting me on the spot.
What did you say?
He asked, cupping a hand to his ear. I narrowed my eyes at him and he smiled.
Say that one more time,
he said. I put my lips right by his ear, so close that they were touching lightly. I love you, Nico Torres, I whispered. I said it in my best Spanish accent, rolling my R's and sounding extra sassy. It was a running joke to pronounce Nico's name with a proper Spanish accent, like we were introducing the Prince of Spain or something. We did it to be silly, but Nico had always told me he loved the way I pronounced it. Anyway, I whispered, I love you, Nico Torres, right into his ear, and the result of this was that he kissed me again with gut-clenching intensity. We stayed down at the beach for another 15 or 20 minutes before heading to the house. Evan, Paige, and Cody were sitting outside when we got up there. Nico had his arm around me as we walked up the stairway and onto the deck. I tried to contain my enormous smile, but it was difficult. Oh my goodness, y'all look so adorable, Paige said, shielding her face with her hand.
Babe, you can't call a grown man adorable,
Cody said, gesturing to Nico. I meant as a whole, Paige said as she waved a hand in our direction. As one unit. A package.
I'm all right with adorable,
Nico said in a voice that was intentionally even deeper than usual, which made us all laugh. Where's Rye? I asked, looking around.
Mom's putting her to bed,
Cody said. Y'all want to watch a movie? I asked, hoping to pull off the same arrangement as we had the night before.
I'm game for that,
Evan said. Paige and Cody agreed also, and after a few more minutes on the deck, we went inside to check out our selection of movies. We ended up renting a new release through the cable company, agreeing that we needed to remember to pay Dee Dee for it before we left. Evan, Nico, and I went upstairs for quick showers before meeting Cody and Paige on the first floor. Everyone else had already gone to bed, or had at least retreated into their rooms. Nico and I assumed our positions from the previous evening on the sectional. At first, he was stretched out on one side and I sat cross-legged next to him, but we ended up with my head resting on his side again, my feet going out one way and his going out the other. I used a small pillow for added support, but I was mostly resting on his side, which was the most comfortable place in the universe. I tucked my hand under my chin. I was pretending it was a normal sleepy pose, but really I just loved the feel of his side, even through his shirt, and I wanted to put my fingers on it. He rested his hand on my arm, and we fell asleep like that. I woke up one time during the night and smiled as I readjusted before falling right back asleep. I woke up the next morning to the sound of Isabel crying. It was either Isabel or Andy's youngest, but it was a baby's cry. I knew it before I even opened my eyes. Sorry, y'all, I heard Paige say from a distance. My eyes were still closed when I heard the sounds of the back door sliding open and the crying sound growing quiet. The next thing I felt was Nico's hand rubbing my arm. I smiled and moaned as I turned into the back of the couch, taking his hand and arm into my hands and snuggling up to it. I rubbed my cheek to it before placing a quick kiss right on his bicep. This made him lean over and kiss the top of my head with a groan. You slept down here again, Ryan said, seeing that we were awake. Yes, I did, I said sleepily. And Nico and Evan did too, she said. Uh-huh, I agreed in a groggy tone. I felt Nico start to move underneath me as he sat up on the couch. His legs were still stretched out on the sectional with a blanket covering them. The fact that he sat up made me feel like I needed to do the same thing. I sat straight up, leaving my bottom in the same place, which created a couple of feet of space between us. I glanced back at him from over my shoulder. Both of us were sleepy-eyed with blankets still covering us. Nico reached out and easily pulled me toward him. He repositioned me where I was sitting against him and cradled into his arms. I smiled at him and kissed his cheek before snuggling onto his chest with my blanket. Nickelodeon, did you bring me back my tiara? Ryan asked, dancing around in front of us.
I do have it with me, but I was thinking I could keep it,
Nico said. What?
Ryan said, as if she thought he was being so silly. Why do you want my tiara so bad? Cody had just sat down on another nearby couch at that very moment, and I watched as he regarded Nico with great curiosity that made me giggle.
It's special to me because of your Aunt Mia,
Nico said, not embarrassed in the least.
If you'll let me keep it, I'll buy you a better one, I promise.
There was a brief pause.
Was it super special to you or something?
Nico added as if the thought had just crossed his mind. It wasn't special, my mom said from the kitchen, overhearing our conversation. We'll get her another one just like it. She probably didn't even know what we were talking about, but she obviously wanted to help Nico's case. Are you gonna marry my Aunt Mia? Was the next question to come out of Ryan's mouth. Ryan, Diane, my mom called from the kitchen. Cody, at the same time, said, Ryan, in a stern voice. Evan, who had been sleeping like us until all the commotion, was now smiling from his place in his recliner as he waited to see how Nico would react to the question.
I sure hope so,
Nico said. He cupped a hand around my head and put a kiss near my forehead.
I think we will, don't you?
He asked, leaning to the side to try to see my face. Ryan, you can't ask stuff like that, I said, hating the thought that he was on the spot in front of my family.
You're leaving the man hanging,
Evan said.
Thank you,
Nico said to Evan with a smile in his voice.
Yeah. He put himself out there and you just blew past that,
Cody said, chewing his cereal.
Yep, she sure did,
Nico said, holding on to me as I giggled. Y'all are mean, I said.
You're mean,
Evan said, still torturing me.
I feel bad for the guy. You're still not helping him out here. Thanks,
Nico said, playing along.
It's hard to love someone who isn't really into you.
I giggled and pretended to beat on his chest with my fist a couple of times. Y'all better stop, I said. Nico knows how I feel about him. You boys need to leave that poor girl alone, my mom said from the kitchen. Ryan stood there staring at us with a confused look on her face. I don't get it, she said. Are you getting married to my Aunt Mia or not?
Yes,
Nico said, laughing a little.
The short answer is yes, Ryan. I'm gonna marry your Aunt Mia.
Good, she said. That'll be fine.
Thank you,
Nico said. He gave her a grateful nod.
Your blessing means a lot.
She made pretty eyes at him, even though she might not have completely understood what he was saying. Just then, Paige came in with the baby, who was now content. What did I miss? She asked, making us all laugh. Chapter 20. Nico and I stayed in touch during the weeks after our summer trip. We talked every day, most of the time on FaceTime. At first, I had a hard time getting used to the idea that it might actually work out. Even after everything that had happened between us at the beach house, I had difficulty having faith. It wasn't that I distrusted him necessarily. I just found it impossible to get rid of that underlying layer of doubt. Maybe it was my way of protecting myself in case things changed, in case he changed his mind about commitment. I'm not sure when it happened, so it must have been a slow process. But sometime as the weeks went on, I was able to lay down my doubts and fears. I knew that sort of drama would only cause harm between Nico and I, and really, it sounds cliché, but worry is nothing but a big waste of time. If I was going to concentrate on building an empire with Nico, I didn't have time to worry about his commitment to me. There's a beautiful freedom that comes with trust, and I remind myself of that every time I started to entertain a seed of doubt. It was now September, and I'd settled into a level of trust and security that felt healthy. Nico and I had talked about our future quite a bit recently, and I felt confident that we were meant to be together. It was just a matter of solving our geographical dilemma. We hadn't seen each other since our family trip in June. It had been nearly 3 months, and both of us were anxious to make it happen. Paige and I had come home to an incredibly busy wedding season that was still winding down. Nico had a lot of work going on as well. We both really wanted to connect, but at the same time, We both had the feeling that we wanted to take it slow, prove to ourselves that we weren't rushing into anything. So, it was now the beginning of September, and we hadn't seen each other in person for weeks. 11 weeks to be exact, but who's counting, right? I was, actually. And the reason was because I knew that when I saw him again, 12 weeks will have passed. For those of you who aren't mathematicians, I would get to see Nico in a week. I had my plane ticket and my bags packed. Okay, so they weren't packed, but I had a good idea of what I was taking with me. I'd stay in California for 8 glorious days with my light-eyed Spanish prince. It would be the first of many trips back and forth until we figured out something more permanent. It was Friday at 6 p.m., and I was at the salon designing a flyer for an upcoming promotion. I'd been on Photoshop for the past few hours and was really starting to feel it in my neck and shoulders. I heard Ryan coming down the hallway, so I took my hand off the mouse and stretched upward with my arms in the air as I swiveled in my chair to stare at the door. "Whoa, you look so beautiful," I said when she came around the corner. She beamed at me as she twirled to let me see her new dress. She had a lot of dress-up clothes, but most of it was inexpensive character stuff one of us picked up at Target or the mall. The dress she was wearing wasn't like her others. This one was beautifully made. It was white chiffon with glitter and rhinestones, and she was wearing a crown fit for a princess. "Where do you get this dress-up stuff, Rye?" I asked, motioning for her to come closer so I could get a better look. She ran across my office looking like a sugar plum fairy. I held the fabric of the dress in my hand, appreciating not only the fabric itself, but also the craftsmanship of the dress. "Rye, where'd you get this?" I asked again. "And I have a new crown," she said, pointing to her tiara. Her mom had obviously styled her hair and placed the tiara on her head, because the whole look was definitely intentional. She looked like she was ready for a photo shoot. "Are y'all going somewhere I forgot about?" I asked. "It's not Disney Princess on Ice tonight, is it?" She giggled. "No, silly, I got dressed up for you." I actually wondered for a split second if I had forgotten it was my own birthday, but quickly realized that wasn't the case. "What do you mean for me?" "I mean, I have one for you, too." "One what?" "Let me show you," she said. She ran out of my office, leaving me sitting in my chair with a perplexed look on my face. I expected her to take a minute and was planning on following her down the hall to see what she was up to, but she came back only seconds after she left. She was holding something in her hand, and it only took a second for me to see that it was a tiara. I instinctually glanced at her head, but the one she was wearing was securely in place. "This one's yours," she said, handing it to me. I reached out to grab it, but she leaned forward, trying to position it on my head. "You need to put it on." I took it from her and held it in front of me so that I could inspect it. I turned it over just to make sure it was what I thought it was. Yep. It was exactly like the one I had worn that night at the beach, the one Nico took with him to California. "Whose is this?" I asked. She giggled. "Yours, silly," she said. "Who gave you this?" I asked. She smiled, and I sat up straight, wondering what in the world was going on. "Ryan, where do you get this?" "It's to go with your dress," she said, still giggling at my intent expression. "What dress?" I saw, out of the corner of my eye, a shadow come across the doorway of my office, and I looked up to see what it was. Nico was standing in the doorway wearing an expensive suit and a breathtaking grin.
"This dress,"
he said, assuming I'd look at the garment bag hanging from his left hand. I didn't care that none of this made sense. There was no time to worry about details like that. All I could do was stand up and walk directly into his arms, which is exactly what I did next. I buried my face in his chest, so thankful for the feel and smell of him. It was then that I understood the meaning of the phrase, sight for sore eyes. I hadn't realized how much my eyes had been missing him. So had my nose and fingers and every other body part for that matter. "Uncle Nico gave me a better crown and a whole new dress for giving him my old one," Ryan said, still prancing around my office. "I see that," I said distractedly. And he has a beautiful dress for you in that bag right there.
I shifted to see that Nico was still holding a garment bag behind my back.
Why don't you give your Aunt Mia a chance to talk to me and check out her dress? And we'll meet you out there in a few minutes,
Nico said to Ryan.
Okay,
she said easily. Nico reached out and gave her a high five as she skipped past us.
You were amazing,
he said.
Thanks for helping me out with that.
You're welcome,
she said, skipping through the door and down the hallway. I pulled back just far enough to stare up at him. FaceTime did not do his appearance justice. It wasn't even close. He was like something out of a magazine, and here he was standing in my office. My eyes followed the curve of his jaw up to his eyes, and we smiled at each other. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He reached out to hang the bag he was holding on a nearby coat rack.
I had a closing in town, and I figured I'd stop by to see you while I was here.
You had a closing in this town? I asked, feeling confused.
Yep.
In Charlotte? I asked, just to clarify.
Yep.
What did you sell?
I didn't sell anything. I bought something.
What did you buy? Nico reached in his pocket and brought up a small leather keychain with one single key dangling from it. What is it? I asked.
It's a house,
he said.
The one you like in Dilworth.
I gawked at the key for several long seconds. What is this? I asked.
It's the key to our house in Dilworth. The yellow one you like.
I let out a disbelieving laugh. What's going on right now? I asked, feeling like I was on a hidden camera show or something. Nico adjusted so he could see my face and smiled at me with that devastatingly handsome grin.
I was planning on proposing to you next week while you were in California. But the idea of proposing made me think we'd be needing a house, so I took care of that. Then the closing ended up being the week before your trip, so I just decided to go ahead and propose while I was here.
He paused.
I shouldn't have told you about the proposal just yet. I was going to let the news of the house sink in for a second, but now that you know, I'll go ahead and tell you that's what the dress is for. We have an engagement party to get to.
I let out another delirious, disbelieving laugh. Back up about 3 lines. Actually, back up to the beginning. Start at the first thing you said when you walked in.
I think I told Ryan she did a good job,
he said. After that, I said, starting at the house. He held up the key again.
I bought you a house. Us a house. The yellow one in Dilworth with the courtyard.
He put the key back in his pocket and slowly started to walk, with me in his arms, toward the center of my office and away from the door.
I think we'll work it out where we can split our time between coasts, he said. I'm fine splitting my time between Charlotte and California. I think it'll be fun going back and forth. I don't really care where I live, as long as it's with you.
He paused and kissed my forehead before continuing.
You think you can make it work where you live with me in California part-time?
He asked. We had talked about it before, so I had already entertained the idea. Paige will have to get someone to share the responsibility around here, I said, being practical.
Yep, she will,
he said, smiling at me. I reached out and gave a little tug to his lapel. I think living in California part-time is just about the most fun thing I could think about doing, I said.
Then stop feeling bad for Paige, he said. She's got a successful business here, thanks to you. You'll still be here to help her out when you're in Charlotte.
I smiled up at him and bit at my bottom lip. I think it's a good plan, I said. He grinned.
Just so we're together, right?
Right. I glanced behind me at the clothing bag that was hanging on the coat rack. And there's a proposal involved? I asked, relatively sure he had mentioned that.
There's a ring in a box, which is in my coat pocket. You won't see it for another hour until we're at dinner with your family. Paige is waiting out there with some hairspray or whatever you girls use to get yourselves ready. Your job is to slip into the dress and meet us out there. I kissed his cheek with a huge grin on my face. How long are you staying here? I asked. Till next week,
he said.
We'll be on the same flight back to LA.
You're staying in Charlotte until I go to California? I asked, feeling giddy at the thought of being with him for 2 weeks straight.
Yeah,
He said.
I thought we'd just bounce back and forth from here on out. We'll have to work out a system, but I'd just as soon be done with the prolonged time apart.
You would? I asked. He nodded. Like, we're just gonna be together in the same town from now on?
Yep.
Starting today? I asked.
Starting today.
Epilogue. Nico and I got married right away. He proposed the night he surprised me with the house, and we got married 3 weeks later. Maybe that short of an engagement wasn't for everyone, but it was right for us. With the way we wanted to maintain our lives in 2 different cities, we would essentially be moving in together, so we decided to go ahead and make it official. It was his idea to make it happen quickly, which both shocked and delighted my family. We ended up getting married in California since we both had people there and the weather was predictably nice. It was a simple beach wedding and a small reception with a 90s cover band. It was now February, which meant we had been married for 5 months. Nico and I were in Charlotte and were planning on eating Valentine's Day dinner at my favorite restaurant, the same place where he proposed. He loved it when I wore red, so I dug in my closet and found a little red dress that I hadn't worn in a couple of years. I was almost certain Nico had never seen it on me, and I was excited to see his face when he picked me up from work. Paige was still working on a client when I finished my work and changed into the dress. I went into the salon to touch up my hair and makeup before Nico got there to pick me up. Paige and her client both commented on how much they liked my dress, which made me wonder why it had been hanging in the back of my closet for so long. I paced the lobby in spite of the fact that Nico wasn't late. I had nervous energy that made me do things like adjust and readjust my shoe straps and bra straps and hairpins. I watched as he finally parked, came to the door, and opened it. I could see him, but he couldn't see me, and I knew by his expression that he was surprised to see me standing right there when he opened the door.
Well, hello, lovely,
he said, looking at me like he wanted to eat me alive. Hello, handsome, I said, smiling at him.
You look perfect for Valentine's Day,
he said. He paused and looked down at his own clothes. He was looking sharp but casual in dark jeans, a button-down shirt, and a sleek gray windbreaker.
Do I need to change?
No way, I said, putting my cheek next to his in greeting. I love this jacket. I might have to borrow it from you if I get chilly later. He held my hand and made me spin around so he could get a look at me.
This is my new favorite dress, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It seems like you're flirting with me just by wearing this.
I'm totally flirting with you, I said. I stared at him seductively and batted my eyes. I think you're cute, and I was hoping you'd be my Valentine. He rubbed the hair on his jaw.
You think I'm cute?
He asked. Yep, I said.
I think you're sort of cute, too,
he said, staring at me like he thought I was something way more than cute and he would tell me all about it later. Oh, I said in an out-of-nowhere tone. I can't do it.
Can't do what?
Can't wait till the restaurant to tell you what I have.
What is it?
He asked. It's right here, I said. I grabbed his hand and placed it palm down on my lower belly. I glanced up at him and watched as his smile shifted into a serious expression that made me slightly timid.
What's right there?
He asked, still looking so serious that I giggled nervously. I shrugged innocently at him.
What's that mean?
It means I don't know what's right there. I mean, I know it's a baby, I just don't know if it's a boy or a girl. We can't tell that yet. He stared at me with that same serious expression, and I watched as it slowly morphed into a smile.
Mia, are you serious right now?
I nodded and bit my lip shyly. His hand was still resting on my stomach, and he applied just a tiny bit of gentle pressure.
Is my baby in there?
He asked, smiling at me. I nodded. Are you happy? I asked. He didn't answer me. He sank to his knees, letting the side of his face rest on my belly as he held me securely. I smiled at the top of his head,
marveling at how cute and sentimental he was. Mia, do you know when the Bumble and Bumble stuff is coming? Paige discontinued her question when she realized I wasn't alone. She could see me as she approached, but she had no idea Nico was kneeling down in front of me until she came around the desk. I'm so sorry, she said when she saw him there. I didn't see you. She trailed off and glanced at us with a curious expression, like maybe she was putting some pieces together. What are you doing down there? She trailed off again and pointed at Nico as she stared at me. Is he down there because... Why is he down there like that? You're not, are you? Nico looked at her.
If you're trying to ask if my baby's in here, then the answer is yes, it is, Paige. My baby's right here.
Your baby's in there, Paige asked, wide-eyed with excitement.
No big deal,
Nico said with a sigh, standing up and wrapping his arm around me.
I'm gonna be a dad, don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, Paige said, rushing over to hug us both. She looked as if she had to run to get back to her client, but couldn't resist crossing the room for a quick hug and kiss to congratulate us first. I'm sorry if I wasn't supposed to see that just now, she said, but I'm glad I did. Can I tell Cody or do you want to call him? You can tell him, I said. I looked at Nico for confirmation. You're okay telling people, right?
Are you kidding?
He asked.
I'm thinking we should just get takeout for dinner so we can start calling people right away.
I laughed and looked at Paige. You can tell Cody, I said. I'll call Mom later tonight, though, so y'all don't tell her. 10-4, she said. Don't tell Christy. Got it. She leaned in for one more quick kiss on my cheek before heading back the way she came. Congratulations again, she called. I'm so excited for you guys. She scurried off, and I was left in the lobby with Nico's arm wrapped around me. I peered up at him, feeling every bit as infatuated as I was when I was a teenager. I love you, I said. He leaned in to put a kiss on my cheek and then one at the corner of my mouth before letting his mouth come down a third time on my lips. I tugged on his jacket a little and leaned into him, trying to make the contact last longer than the intended quick kiss. Our lips lingered for a few extra seconds as a result of my effort, and he smiled at me once he finally pulled back.
I love you too,
he said.
And I mean that like TOO and TWO.
This has been Back to the Beach, Hunt Family Book 4 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Thank you for listening.